life.
That's some nice music there, Brian.
Welcome
Man
to
of War.
chapter. God damn it! Welcome to Chapter 2, Session 1 of our Legends of Generica GURPS campaign. I am Gigermann, today's GM. Now with 100% more intro.
And all characters present.
For those of you watching from YouTube, continuing on from Chapter 1, there are a few points of interest. This has been a little over 3.5 years since the end of the last run. Real
Good
time.
Lord.
And side note, this is actually my first repeated campaign
Because
in
somebody's
Olympus.
slacker.
Well, one of them was bound to repeat at some point. We have a roster change. Raina's character is out, and Dustin and Murdoch are being played by new guys. I have dumped the old plot points mechanic for the newer bennies, and we were toying around with some early baby steps versions of technical grappling, but in this particular campaign we are going to be using fantastic dungeon grappling since that is now out.
Written by Douglas Cole. Buy his stuff.
He's cool.
That's right. We threw in a freaking.
Shouldn't we prefix his name by the amazing Douglas Cole?
There you go.
He should have a proper title, I suppose. All right, so do we have any bookkeeping to take care of?
No.
There was one minor change since Makyu's last introduction. I have added herb lore, so Makyu does tend to dabble in making herbal concoctions.
And smoking them.
Maybe a bit of that.
But they'll heal you, man.
Are we permitted to spend some points?
You haven't already spent the points.
Yeah, I certainly hope so, because I already spent all my points.
Yeah, there's a problem though. My GCA character says I've spent all the points, but my Fantasy Grounds character doesn't. Hate that.
Well, yeah, that's a thing. You didn't fix that in session 0?
Apparently not.
Well, I was going to say I expect most everybody's got their characters squared away, with the exception of Murdoch, who I will allow a grace period since he hasn't actually laid eyes on the character until now.
Perfect. The character's perfect. He'll work just fine.
Slacker.
Just don't look too deep in your disadvantages. I mean, we all like gay dwarves.
Well, he has
It's
to
Pride
play
Month.
Oh, carambas. Really?
Fixed. I found where I spent the points.
Okay, he's a eunuch. I'm sorry.
No, he's not.
What is this, Aces and Eights again?
He is ugly.
Yeah,
And a eunuch.
and he doesn't have any psychology or empathy.
Bummer. I'm going to be a very gruff character this time around.
Yeah, this is you are a generic dwarf, just like Gladen is a generic elf, and I am a generic knight.
I'm a little less generic cleric, but I'm a generic cleric.
Well, he is a generic cleric. He's from the capital. All right, well, if we don't have any other things to do, then
Not yet.
Once upon a time, in the land of Clichea, in the kingdom of Generica, in the 12th year of King John XVII, having returned from their victory at Genelem about a week ago, the company of the Bere are at the Heroes Guild Tavern having a pint.
Play that funky music, Bard boy.
Who says anything about a pint? I'm drinking the keg.
All right, you guys are at the tavern. Stand by.
Also, I'm only
I'm
drinking
getting
wine.
ahead of myself. I got ahead of myself. Okay. And now I gotta catch up.
Make's totally macking on a couple of bar winches and suspiciously keeps talking to one of them and pointing at Sir Kendrick.
They don't actually have a lot of bar winches in here. In fact, it's basically just Master Burley.
Why is the graphics becoming increasingly cartoonish with each one?
You tell me.
I think that's a player's fault.
Computers
All right, who
starting to
changed the
struggle
graphic
to
settings?
handle it. Yeah, I know.
Pick
It's
it
like,
up for 5
oh
minutes.
no.
So, FYI, a couple of days probably after you guys got back from Genelem, Raina got a letter from her former house servant that they had a possible solution to getting her family's lands back. So she had to part ways. She's still technically part of the Brothers in Arms Charter, but she is not expecting to be back anytime soon.
An unspecified leave of absence.
Now, you guys are at the tavern, as said. Why are you here?
Well,
Evidently,
apparently,
we're having drinks.
it's apparently not for the ladies.
No, this isn't the place you go for the ladies, unless you want a lady that can kick your ass.
Getwell might be into that.
It's obviously not to meet anyone either. The place is empty.
Is Leoden the only elf present?
Yes. And you're the only dwarf.
Well,
I'll be,
no, he's
I'll be
a
sitting-
second dwarf.
He's the only dwarf present in the company.
Well, that's true.
I'll be keeping my eye on this squirrely little elf.
Burley brings the drinks and tells Murdoch, "You got something on your face."
I know. I'm missing half my face. What are you talking about? Leave me alone.
Right. Why are we here? Other than to check in to see if there are any available missions.
Well,
Is there a plot board? I mean, mission board?
not exactly.
Any
Although I kinda
princesses
wonder now.
or otherwise needing needing rescue?
I suppose it also stands to reason that, it's not like we can pick up a cell phone and call one another. Like if we have a regularly scheduled get-together day, so
that's
everybody
probably true.
That's true.
gathers together to say, "Oh, you got any ideas on a new mission?"
Murdoch, you're looking shorter than normal.
Well, on my way into town, I did see a floating exclamation mark. Perhaps that's where we could start.
That sounds promising.
It's not there anymore.
Floating exclamation marks. It was there, and then somebody took it. Freaking. Ah.
Master Shaba appears, and sometime around towards the end of the pint, and announces that Master Valorous would like to see you. If you would
Man.
follow me, please.
He just pops up out of nowhere.
Of
Who
course,
does he want to see?
the boss.
Us.
I thought it was just you.
That's right.
Wait.
Paul doesn't know all these people. Actually, I guess Ethan doesn't either.
Mark might
Yeah.
not either. I might not either. It's been like 3 years.
Well, that's true.
Aren't they the Heroes Guild lead?
Yeah, they are.
Master Shaba is the manager of the chapter house here, but he is not the leader of the Heroes Guild, the guild master. That is Valorous of Heroham, who has requested your presence.
Okay. Just let me get another pint.
Well,
Not
let's go
like
see what
to
the
keep
boss
Master
wants.
Valorous waiting.
Let's go see
Woohoo.
what the boss wants. Maybe it's a mission.
Well, that would be good. Hopefully it takes us out of the city. I've been needing to leave the city for a little bit, if possible. I mean, nothing like illegal or, nothing perfectly legal, but legally ambiguous, let's put it like that, has kind of come up. So, yeah. Well, hopefully we'll have something.
Fortunately, drugs aren't illegal in the medieval period.
Gonna give you a disappointed look.
You are
I know someone that would love to see that look on your face. Are you into blondes?
You are escorted to the guild hall, where you are about to enter when Shaba holds up his hand and bids you stop here. Within, you can hear raised voice of Ravana the Black, who is the guild's chancellor, who appears to be having a one-sided argument with someone within.
Getwell kind of turns his good ear towards the hall and
He's not-
acts not inconspicuous as he tries to eavesdrop.
He's not peeking.
Sure. He probably starts to see how far he can test.
Actually, Leo has
Shiva.
really, really good perception. He's going to listen in.
Here, Brother Getwell, have another disappointed look. I think Henrik's going to engage, what's his name? And what did his name was? Shaba? Probably engage him in conversation about the recent events and such like that, so he can ignore what's going on inside.
Quick question. Who is playing who?
I could
Brother
see
Getwell.
that being an issue.
And I am puppeting Leo.
I am Sir Kenrick Woods, and on occasion, his magnificent steed, Sir Magnus.
I also play Her Hotness, the Lady Wagon. She's the most beautiful donkey ever.
So Androcus is Dustin.
I am indeed.
So Murdoch's gonna saunter over to Brother Getwell and be like, "Hey, what do you hear? Tell me now."
Can't hear nothing over you. Shh.
From within, and with a little bit of a peek that Makey was able to get, he could see that Ravana is basically arguing with Grandmaster Valorous, who is basically just looking up from his desk with his hands folded and not saying anything at all, just giving her the look. And something about a mission gone bad and collateral damage and maybe some burned village houses and that sort of thing. And she keeps saying this isn't her fault and yada, 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 until eventually...
That's not us.
Eventually she relents and apologizes and says she will fix it, and then storms out past you guys.
Getwell's trying to. I was like, did we have the burnt village? Did we have?
Ma'am.
Yeah, Getwell would be like, as she walks past him, he'll nudge Kendrick. Is like, do you think is she highborn enough for you? I mean, she could probably kick your butt.
She had a very unpleasant look on her face.
Here, have a glower. I'm just like handing them out to you.
Woohoo! I'm gonna tally how many times I can get that look from you. That's
Within
3.
As she passes, Shaba waves you into the hall, and Valorous is there waiting.
We'll greet him properly, Master Valorous.
Is there any chairs or seats nearby?
Do we refer to him as our lord, my lord? What's his
No,
proper
he's not noble, so he's master.
Master Valorous?
Actually, I think he is your honor.
Your honor.
Although he doesn't stick to that sort of thing.
Getwell will look kind of sheepish for a moment, as if he got caught, listening in where he wasn't supposed to, and just respond, "Your honor," and kind of bow a little bit.
He'll wave it off like he doesn't give a damn.
Yeah.
Well, I sincerely hope that wasn't about us. Didn't we have some burned villages too?
No, I don't think so. Well, you had that mass battle, but that's a battle. No,
I mean, we burned stuff, but I burn stuff all the time.
He says it seems that sending a siege expert to fend off some village bandits has some potential for collateral damage. However,
whoa there,
Broadside.
Valorous. What
Roof
was
your
that
house.
answer all about that we were hearing from the hall?
However, roof your houses with less flammable material is rather less diplomatic than I would have preferred.
Well, yeah.
Well, she isn't wrong.
I have a job. His
We'll all
worship,
perk up.
His worship, the mayor, has requested the assistance of the guild in a city matter, which shows how desperate he is given his usual disdain. If you weren't aware, there have been reports of numerous attacks by rats the size of small dogs.
Were we aware?
That's quite an unusual size.
It is.
I don't believe they exist.
According to the reports, they've been mostly limited to the old city, but sightings have been reported north of Blackgate with increasing frequency, and he wants the matter resolved immediately and discreetly.
So we mean we're not actually leaving the city? Okay.
So what is I'm looking at the thing. What's the old city?
It's down the lower end.
It's not as clean as the new city.
Shut up, you.
His worship
don't see that on the map.
I don't think I actually. Well,
how much is it worth?
Okay. The east side, west side down there are both the old city, just within that lower bit. His worship claims that he has been reluctant to involve the militias for fear of starting an unnecessary panic, which is valid. But I have no doubt a plague of giant rats would look very bad indeed for the elders of our fair city when His Majesty, the King of Naboria, arrives for the visit next week. Needless to say, our assistance would go a long way to improving relations with the city council. Since you happen to be present today, what say you?
How much is
I
it
like money.
worth?
Customary 1 coin each for completion, +1 if done immediately and discreetly to his worship's satisfaction.
What about an extra per rat we kill?
You know that negotiation is not normally a thing here.
Well, I mean, I'm sure we could probably sell the rat hide to somebody. There's probably rat catchers around that have some bounty outside of the guild.
I'm in.
Do we have a point of contact?
I would probably recommend starting by talking to the mayor regarding witnesses. City Hall just happens to be down the street. Of course, the discretion part of the job means you can't just barge in.
Of course not.
Well, I am in. Do we know if these attacks from the rodents of unusual size are more prevalent in any one place over others?
The reports were that they had been confined to the old city for the most part, but have been bleeding into the rest.
I'm sure I can get. I'm totally in. I mean, I've got contacts in the old city that I'm sure clearing out some rats might buy me some goodwill.
Money, rats, slaughter. I'm in.
Brief departure for the moment, since Paul asked about coin. You will note that you have 1 coin listed on your inventory. That is a Heroes Guild coin. Everybody should have 1. And as a party, if you look at the party sheet, you guys have 19 in addition. So if you want to split those up, you can. Or you can leave them pooled together, but somebody's going to have to store them somewhere. Now it looks like I've actually got a couple of you that have bennies.
Does the guild hall have like a safe deposit box kind of deal?
I suspect they would.
I'm sure we'd probably keep things like that here.
If you like.
Yeah,
At least
19
initially.
19 wouldn't split up particularly well. That'd be like 3.8.
Well, you guys have determined in your charter how the spoils are going to be divided. We haven't gone over the specifics because it really hasn't been all that important. But you guys have some kind of plan, whatever that is.
Well, what we could probably put in the charter is after a certain sum of coins that's easily distributable, we probably distribute after a certain point, and then whatever remainder stays in as a group.
But you could also designate a treasurer for the group, and somebody holds on to them.
That's interesting. I have listed as 2 bennies in my currency for Kenner.
Do you?
Yeah.
Right, because you spelled it differently.
No, I didn't.
Well, you spelled it on Get Well and Leoden. They have Benny, singular, and so they are in separate bits on the party sheet.
Okay.
Which is why I haven't added it to the thing.
Now, how do you re-save it? Or no, wait, isn't there a button you push to recalculate?
Yeah, do you have that, or do I have?
No, it's the GM party sheet.
In a GM party sheet.
Okay, that looks like that's sorted.
There is an unidentified item in the party sheet parcels.
Is there?
You should properly identify it. There's actually
So
45
I
of
have
them.
to identify it first.
It's probably on Murdoch's character.
Well, I see 45 crossbow bolts. That must be it. I don't know where those came from. I guess that was just leftovers from the loot from last thing.
Oh, hey, I actually use a crossbow.
You do?
Well, I
Well,
own a crossbow.
I know a couple of you guys actually kept a crossbow. I think Raina did.
I've got a crossbow.
You had one already.
Yeah, in case you need to actually use ranged weapons.
Well, if you want to grab something from the party sheet, you just drag that to your inventory. And I think if you want to grab an amount, you hold shift when you do it.
Is it? I was wondering if that was a thing.
It might be control. It's one of the two, shift or control.
I do have a slight question regarding armor in town. What is, I'm presuming I am not going to be fully kitted out for combat, wearing the multiple layers, all the mail plus the corselet and all that.
I think when it comes to weapons and armor and that sort of thing in town, if you think of it like America at this point in the South, where you could probably walk around with weapons or armor on, people would just look at you funny.
Right. So that means I'm not going to be wearing it.
So there are no prohibitions against carrying weapons in town. Although the Heroes Guild members have some leeway when it comes to the use of force.
Since it was probably our normal meeting night, I'm probably not armed or kitted up. So, and that because this seems to be just something that kind of occurred.
Yeah, you guys are not going to be kitted
so,
up all the time.
Yeah, so I'm going to assume I'm not kitted up, since it was probably just a meet and greet talk over, or if anyone had anything to bring to the group, that kind of thing. Now we have a mission, and we're having to still investigate before we actually take action.
All right, so we need to go talk to the mayor, or at least make an arrangement to speak to the mayor. I'm presuming there's some sort of procedure to make a meet or set up a meeting.
You can go to City Hall and tell them you want an audience with the mayor, and you can set an appointment, I suppose.
Right. Okay. So, yeah, let's at least some of us do that. Some of the other people may at least start doing streetwisey stuff to ask around from see if anybody has streetwise information about this.
Are you splitting up immediately that way?
Well, first I'm presuming we're going to accept the mission from Master Valorous, and then once we're basically dismissed, we will probably gather into the tavern again, make a quick plan, and then quite possibly head to that area and then split up. That's what I'm thinking. I don't know if somebody else has other ideas, because remember, Kenrick has only got an IQ at 10 here.
Let's see. I'm trying to decide if I would be more helpful in the streetwising side, which I have, or if more helpful in the talking with.
I didn't specify a time, so I'm going to do this fate die thing and see. Blank will be noonish. Minus will be before noon plus afternoon. It's early.
Well, why don't you? No, how would I do that? I think I'd roll a 12 and then also roll
Well, I don't need a
something that
specific
can
time.
plus minus.
I don't need a specific time, just a general time. So it's before noon. So I guess your regular get together is in the morning,
Okay.
which means you've got most of the day to make your meetings or whatnot. At this point, let's just talk about who's going to the city hall.
I am presuming that is going to be based off of savoir-faire high society.
There will be
Which-
some of that, no doubt.
So that's Dustin and Kendrick.
Kendrick has a 12 in it, and
Dustin has 10.
Dustin just has diplomacy. I don't have savoir-faire.
If we're supposed to be discreet, we probably don't want to send a large group there either, because that would, draw
But
attention
Dustin
to it.
also has the diplomacy.
yeah, my diplomacy is only like 11.
I got a 12,
Well-
so not much better, but it's something.
What diplomacy?
Bear in
So it
mind
sounds
that
like Kendrick and Dustin will go to the city hall.
bear in mind that anybody that doesn't go can't help.
True, but they can be doing streetwise and or just scouting
Something
out
else.
the area.
Yep. I can
And get a
talk
head
to the
start.
lay people.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I am probably going to be classified as higher standing than the mayor? Question mark?
No. Right now you are presenting as status 1, even though you're technically status 2. The mayor is status 3, although the other aldermen in the city are 2-ish,
Great.
pushing 3.
That's
So
well,
you're
that
not
means
like way
my-
down the ladder, but
no, but that means my savoir-faire is now 10.
Is this the slums?
it's what the slums.
Actually, the old city, is that considered the slums?
Oh, the slum district is down that way, yeah.
I'm going to assume, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the Thieves Guild may have some connections with that area. So I might go stir up a low-level contact and
Well,
see
hold
if they
that
might
thought.
have. Okay.
We'll get to the not city
Okay.
hall here in a bit, but
Sounds
for
good
the
to me.
record, the Thieves Guild is on the east side, so it is in the old city.
West Side.
No, he said east side.
East side. West side is the slums. Okay, so Henrik and Dustin are the ones going to City Hall.
No, Sir
Um,
Kenrick and Dustin are going to City Hall.
Whatever. So my next question is, are you going to specifically request for and wait for an audience with the mayor, or are you going to take what you can get?
That's a really good question.
Now, let me hold that thought. Let me clarify for the record that there is a timetable here. The timetable is 1 week. 1 week until the King of Naboria is coming on his annual visit to ritually borrow a cup of sugar.
Seriously? Cup of sugar?
Yeah, it's like an old tradition.
It's
Nice.
code.
No, it's a ridiculous old tradition. It's like the Swans thing.
Okay, so back to the City Hall. So,
yeah, I
mayor
think we
or
would
take what you can get.
We're probably going to actively try to get to the mayor, but if he's like too busy or unavailable, then we'll shift to whatever we can get.
Okay. Hold on. So
I mean,
we are
if
looking
they're
for
hiring us.
right, but it's also not public, so
Yeah, no, nonetheless, we could at least introduce ourselves.
I'm
You
looking
know,
for
Sir
a thing.
Kenrick and Magister Dustin representing the Heroes Guild with a request for a meeting for the mayor. And if that comes across his desk, you know, presumably he'd go, "Oh, okay, I know what this is about."
Dustin has learned much, but he is not a magister yet.
Well, then I don't know what his first. What would it be his? What would be his official title? Do I refer to him as Padawan Dustin?
He is. I think
Is
that
he
would be
journeyman?
that would be a squire, but in this case, he's still a student. He's a late year student. And there's a thing here, and I did not write down the goddamn page number.
That's fine.
But, so basically, you are going to try to get an audience.
Correct.
And I'm looking for that thing. In the meantime, there's a good chance that if you're going to use a skill, it's going to be savoir-faire.
High
High
society.
society, I think, would. You could potentially also use something like administration in this case.
I do not have administration.
Didn't think
Does
you did.
Dustin?
Administration, no.
Thought he did.
No, at least not on here.
Also, I have to make a note to find out what I introduce him as.
Well, you can check the wiki. He has a title.
Does he?
Sorry, I think I'm almost there.
You're taking too long.
Yeah, I know. This is why I write down page numbers so I don't have to dig for things.
Novice of the Wizards Academy, Initiate of the Heroes Guild.
Novice.
That's a terrible name to be given or title.
Okay.
Maybe just wizard
Scanning
novice.
emission. This is not what I needed.
Right.
All right.
So, with several. Go ahead.
So you can take a reaction roll, or you can use a skill.
I'm gonna do both.
You normally can't do both, at least by the rule.
Unless it's diplomacy, and I don't have diplomacy.
Unless it's diplomacy.
Actually, no, I do have diplomacy.
Yes,
Yeah, I got an 11. I'm not terrible at it. We may end up wanting to use diplomacy because that was what I was going to point out is on the modifiers for savoir-faire, it's +2 if I'm higher standing. It's a -2 if I'm lower standing. And since I'm classified as lower standing in this case,
why is it -2?
I don't know.
Should be just minus the status difference, which would only be 1 in this case.
Well, that
would be with
putting me into 11.
That would be with the mayor himself, and not necessarily anybody else that's working here. And you're not talking to the mayor yet. Although I guess that could figure into whether or not he'd receive you, but that's another matter.
Yeah. So if it classifies as I'm higher standing than their clerks, then I would have a 14, and I'd definitely go with that. And with his various personality stuff, if you recall, he is, very much I would rather be polite than not.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So Dustin can help.
So I guess he could make a diplomacy check to potentially assist that. Don't fail, bro. I can't call you bro. You're not my brother. Oh, brother in arms.
All right. Go ahead and make your roll.
So is this going to be classified as higher standing since it's probably the clerk that I'm talking to?
I will call that, yeah.
Roger, Roger.
Nothing. Okay. Well, you got pretty good success on that. So the clerk is going to be nice and snappy.
And, us being polite, we will find a place to sit and wait. And I don't know what Dustin's probably got a book. Breaks out a book and starts reading it. Wait, why am I saying what you're doing? What the hell are you doing?
Somebody roll me 1d6.
Ethan. Damn it. You're not Ethan.
I might be.
Somebody already rolled. You're too late. So it's going to take you 2 hours, but the mayor will receive you.
Groovy. I guess we're going to be sitting here and waiting for 2 hours while everybody else is trawling the streets. Hey, it did occur to me, Layden's like a super tracker, right? Could he find I don't
know if he's a super tracker.
Even though it's in the city, and I'm presuming it's going to be difficult, find indications about where these critters are.
We will get to that. All right. You will see the mayor. He will. You're noticing as you wait for a couple of hours, just hanging around City Hall, that there's a lot of activity going on lately, more than you might expect normally, and people seem, I don't think disturbed is the right word. Agitated.
I'd like to be, I'm curious. Wait, am I curious? I don't remember. If I'm
maybe
curious.
Not in that way.
Yeah, well, the player's curious.
Well, after that time passes, the mayor eventually comes out, or the mayor's clerk comes out and directs you back to a side office in the hall. And the mayor's sitting at his desk with papers everywhere and looking generally exasperated, but happy to see you in general, and waves you over.
Definitely approach, greet him politely, and once we make sure that there isn't somebody lurking around that can eavesdrop, advise that Master Valorous has sent us with regards to his issue.
Yeah, he has the clerk close the door behind him and leaves the two of you alone, or the three of you alone, and says, "You're with the guild, right? The Heroes Guild."
We are, your worship. Name's Sir Kenrick Woods. This is Wizard Novice Wizard Weston.
So he will fill you in, basically the same stuff that you heard from Valorous. A lot of reports from individual citizens in town talking about the rats the size of dogs or cats or babies or whatever. There are lots of different descriptions. And again, the vast majority of them have been restricted to the old city, but more and more reports are being are coming from outside the old city. And he has had a clerk compile a list of witnesses.
Well, that's helpful.
And he will fetch you this list out of the pile, and it is a fairly lengthy document.
You glance over and go, apologies, Your Worship, you gave me the wrong thing.
Oh, no, that's all of it. And this one too.
Well, we have witnesses.
I do wish you luck. We are counting on you to make the city look good.
We shall do our
These are
utmost.
trying times.
Indeed they are. Definitely let Dustin look at the stuff since, I know he's smarter than me. I presume he's smarter than me. I mean, he is a wizardly type.
Allegedly.
We need a Pied Piper.
Are there dumb wizards?
Probably. They're not very good at their jobs.
Right. Okay. So once we have the list and the information, I can't think of anything extra to really ask him, unless if you can, Ethan.
No, I think that's about all I can really think that we need here.
I mean, so we know when it started, how long it's been going. Got a area.
Yep. Yeah, you got a
List
bunch of names and addresses.
Well, okay. So we will thank him graciously for his time and depart because there's, work for us to do.
So, for the rest of you, or for everybody now, I am going to be using, for the first time, the hunt from Monster Hunters. So
That's
we've never actually. I think I've tried to use it a couple of times, sort of in little bites, but this is going to be a for real use of it. So,
Which book is it in?
Monster Hunters 2.
Is it 2 or is it 1?
Mm-hmm. It's 2. The
mission.
The mission.
Oh, yeah, right. It is 2.
So the rest of you that did not go talk to the mayor will have a bit of a head start on that process. But you also won't have the benefit of the list of witnesses as yet. So, if I recall correctly, Make-You was heading south to the Thieves Guild, and he is currently showing as not here.
Yeah, because he said he's going to go AFK for a minute.
Well, I wasn't looking at that. What about Laden and Murdoch? Are they just going to follow him, or are they going to do something else?
Leah's going to start looking in the location, the old city, for the usual places that rodents hang out, and he'll use that as a starting point to see if he can find ROUS droppings and stuff like that.
So he's going off by himself.
Murdoch will follow him. He doesn't trust him.
What?
For the record, Murdoch has been on an adventure with him already, and
Doesn't mean
if
it's
there was
trust-
any trust issues, they're probably over.
Okay. Well, he'll
No,
follow
not
him anyway because he
necessarily.
knows that he's He'll
He finds
follow him.
elves squirrely, not necessarily.
Yeah. Well,
There you
him
go.
being squirrely, he might know where the rats are. So that's a good
That's
idea.
fair.
I'll follow him.
They have, what is it, Bash Brothers or belligerent? No, it's not going to be belligerent sexual tension, I hope.
Yeah, let's not do that.
Well, if they're going off hunting rats, it might.
We're not hunting, we're just looking for evidence of them at this point. That doesn't mean we won't shoot one if we see it.
Well, that would mean we need to go get weapons for us unarmed folk.
Well, I'm probably got my weapons with me.
Well, yeah, because you're a dwarf and an elf. It's kind of, seeing you guys wander around town with those things is normal. I don't generally carry around my beat stick.
Yeah,
Well,
chances
not that
are
one.
chances are you guys are not running around with your weapons all the time, so you would have to go back and fetch them. Not that it's a big deal.
Well, I would have made sure I had my weapons with me prior to going on the hunt.
That's reasonable.
Right. But we're also waiting on two of our own that are only going to be gone for approximately 2 hours.
But the thing
you
is,
don't know that.
You don't know how long we're going to be gone.
I mean, if Leodin's going to be going and hunting for evidence, I'm going to bring my weapons with me and be geared up just in case. I'm a dwarf.
Just trying to think how long it would take me to get to my gear and then
not that long.
back to going on the hunt.
No, it probably isn't unreasonable for you to take your gear with you to the Heroes Guild.
In that case, if it's not unreasonable, then I guess we suit up, go investigate, Leodin, and looking for Spore, and myself talking to the town folk, seeing what they know.
Yeah.
Well, and then we schedule a meetup place somewhere in the east side. So whenever Kendrick and Dustin are complete, they'll meet us there at a appointed time.
Okay, so we could call it, for the record, SOP, that when you guys go do your meetups at the Heroes Guild, you bring your gear with you just in case. Or at least some gear.
Honestly, dwarves, for the most part, if they're not in their place, they normally keep their gear with them. Or at least what you normally see.
Not necessarily. You only see dwarves that are on adventures.
Yeah, I suppose the equivalent in this case it'd be like, is a soldier going to be completely kitted out all the time? No, he'd be wearing his uniform, but he's not going to have the flak jacket and the rifle and the pro mask and all the extra ammo.
Maybe we were doing a inventory check as part of our meeting.
I'm just presuming I don't have my gear. I've got like a knife right now because I'm walking around through the city.
Or
Yeah.
we probably have. Or do we have weapon lockers at the? Maybe that's what it. We have our ready, our go kits at the Hero Guild.
Well, if you had extra gear, I would say that's probably a reasonable plan. But I don't think you guys have any extra.
Not yet.
Ultimately, I
You
don't
might
think
eventually.
I don't think it's that important.
It really is.
In that case, it's like it's not like we're going straight into a fight. We got to find where the fight is first.
But that is a fair SOP to establish. Where do you keep your gear? And
At home.
you are going to want to keep it within quasi arm's reach.
I'm just gonna whistle, and my
No.
horse is gonna come around the corner with all my gear on it and go,
Uh-huh.
"How did that happen?"
Yeah, Sir Kenrick doesn't have as far to go. Technically, Mickey doesn't have all that far to go either. Well, that depends on where he's staying at the moment. He doesn't actually stay at the Abbey.
No.
Yeah,
Honestly,
the only
his
one
gear's
that's,
probably down there in the east side.
well, yeah, no.
Well, in this case,
I think
your
the only
gear
one that's
might
got a really
actually
long
be
way
at
to
the
go is
injury
Leodin.
That's
So
true.
Leo would probably come to town with his stuff. Not that he'd leave it behind anyway, because his bow and all that, it's expensive.
But
Anywho.
they're looking around.
All right, so while Sir Kenrick and Dustin are at the city hall, you guys head south to the old city, and as you pass through there, you pass through the old market, and the current town crier is out there saying various news items.
Apparently, I need to get current affairs.
I don't have current affairs.
Yeah, I don't recall seeing anybody that had it.
Oh God.
Oh, Jack! Long time no see.
He is in the middle of work as you pass through. Where did I leave that?
Jack, can you play the best song in the world?
He cannot.
He can't remember the best song in the world.
But he can give you a tribute.
As you guys are passing through, he is announcing, by decree of the city elders, it has been a full month since the festivities marking the 600th anniversary of the founding of this great kingdom of Generica. I am hungover from the festivities will no longer be considered a valid excuse to avoid work.
Well, he's an honest crier.
Yeah, he's just reading.
Oh, okay. I get it. I am hungover. Is no long. Okay.
Oh, right. Yes. That was part of the thing. How would I have forget that? Never mind. The next bit he reads off is Royal Wedding. His Majesty King John the 17th and Lady Malvina Lionheart are to be wed at noon on the summer solstice, under the radiance of the sun god, to be accompanied by several days of feasting and a grand tourney. Further details as the happy day approaches.
How far away is that?
So that's midsummer. You guys are early spring.
So not around the corner.
Not around the corner.
What have you heard about rats?
You gonna wait for him to finish so you can talk to him about rats?
Probably don't want to talk to him about rats since this is supposed to be super secret. Probably only want to talk to the people that have reported it.
Oh, right.
Carry on then.
Carry on.
Yeah, ignore my friend. Carry on, Jack.
All right. I tell you what. You guys will get a full day's credit for working on just wandering around. However, without any specific direction at this point, it's going to be pretty hit and miss. So I will, since Leodin is specifically doing tracking, I'll let you make a roll at that and see what you come up with. All right.
But Leo will be starting his search from, those locations where rats hang out. So, waterways, rubbish, that sort of thing. He's not going to look in the hospital, a sterilized hospital for rats.
So, how about naturalist then? Which is something that, ironically, Makyu is better at than Leodin.
It's because make you smoke stuff, I guess.
Well, I gotta know what is safe to smoke and what's not.
So I guess that would be a complementary skill to the tracking.
Can I use observation as we're walking about and trying to keep an eye out for, looking for any signs of rats skittering around or anything like that?
Yeah, you can roll it.
Urban survival. Actually, Makey's going to be hitting the
Streetwise
public
thing I thought you were talking about.
Yeah, exactly. He's going to be asking some questions on the DL.
Okay, you can make that one.
Okay, I'm going to start that off with the carousing to make them like me, hopefully.
So basically, he's like, I'm gonna go into this bar and ask around, and then it's like, that's the last we see of him until tomorrow.
Yeah, he's working.
It's my job. I gotta work the crowd.
Just remember, being hungover is not a valid excuse anymore.
Nice callback.
You don't need to do the carousing thing at this point.
So streetwise.
Yeah, just roll a straight roll.
Woo!
All right. So
Man, your dice are hard to read.
For the day, you guys don't find any sign of it, of anything in specific that'll be helpful. And let's see. I will at least give you from the naturalist roll, you know that rats this size are not natural. And I know you're thinking, well, that's bloody obvious. But
that's bloody obvious.
This is a fantasy world. It's not necessarily obvious in this case.
They do exist in the fire swamps.
No one
there. Yeah, we're a long way from the fire swamps.
Yeah, they're definitely not natural to this area. And yeah, I mean, rats can get kind of big, but they're not going to get bigger than your foot. So you guys poke around for a bit and have not found anything other than that.
Even with a succeed on tracking by 7?
Well, you don't really know where to start, and you're covering a lot of ground. So this city is population of about 100,000.
Which in 21st century world doesn't actually seem like a whole lot.
Yeah, by modern standards, it's not that big, but by medieval standards, it's freaking huge. So, combination, you have narrowed it down a little bit to places you think rats might go, and that's a reasonable thing. You haven't found specific tracks that point to a giant rat thing.
Right.
So checking out the waterways and stuff, no extra large footprints in the mud and stuff.
Not that you saw immediately. Now, it may take you a couple of days to get there.
And then once once Sir Kenrick and Dustin hook up with them, I guess once we all meet at the arranged location, and we can at least go, hey, we've got these doohickeys here of people who saw them.
Yep.
So that'll at least let us narrow some stuff down. I guess we need to possibly schedule or plan to go chat with these people probably on the next day.
All right.
That wasn't me saying that's what we're going to do. That was me saying I
That's
think
a
that's what
good
we're probably going to do.
That's a good idea.
Do we have any more specifics about these people, or are they just generic? These people saw them. Go talk to them.
It runs the gamut, really. But as I said, it's mostly in the old city. Which means they're mostly people who live in the slums or in the Thieves District or around there. And that's why you guys probably haven't run into it in your daily activities. Although you might eventually if you don't succeed. Okay, so I am going to assume that is day 1. And you guys will get credit for having gotten a bit of a head start.
I'm trying to remember how that frickin' mission stuff even works. I know I was going to use it in the Dresden game, but I never got around to actually using it.
Yeah, so I am modifying slightly. So the deal is, first off, there are 5 questions: who, what, where, why, and when. And every time you find a clue, you get a roll to see if you deduce what it is. The hard part there is everybody gets a roll every time you get a clue, and that's a pain in the ass. So I have aggregated scores for that purpose. And, of course, the GM has to roll this stuff in secret. I can't tell you to roll it for me.
Gotcha.
What was that?
Does the city have a sewer? I'm
It
presuming
does.
it does. Does it have an absurdly spacious sewer?
It is sitting on top of an old imperial sewer.
So it's going to be absurdly spacious. I suspect we're going to end up in the sewers, guys.
It would appear that the creek there runs underneath the wall under the city and emerges where my arrow's pointing.
If you didn't know it already, by the time you had run around that river area quite a bit, you will note that the sewer does in fact empty into that. It's not really a river, that's a canal.
It's going to be a stinky canal.
Well, you know, it's a big city.
Right. Well. I guess we're off to the next day. Will be. Don't
Actually,
think
it
we
looks
should
like it empties into
switch
the
it.
bay or the harbour.
Yeah, that's going to empty in multiple places, actually, because it also goes out. I think. Is that going in or out? It may be going in.
So who I know other than Getwell, who are our talkers?
Dustin has fast talk at a pretty decent level. Fast talk 13, diplomacy 12.
Okay. I have diplomacy 11, and then savoir-faire high society. So I'm good at probably talking with the higher ups and less so with the diplomancy type. I thought I actually had diplomancy. Do. Right. Okay, yeah, diplomacy 11. And I think Leodin was completely absent of all social skills.
Murdoch's got
This is
intimidation
high
and
society.
browsing.
Yes, savoir-faire, high society.
Oh, that's right. Did I actually add that? I did not.
You said intimidation and carousing, Paul?
Yeah, and I also got
I got
Savoir
cross.
Fair, Heroes
I've got-
Guild, and Smith's Guild.
I've got that stuff on the spreadsheet.
Yeah, but that would require me to click over there.
Unfortunately, I don't think I've added Leodin's High Society on there. I don't think I've seen that yet.
Okay, so if we split up on the second day to cover more ground with the interviews, we're probably going to want to go into 2 groups with Dustin and Getwell in different groups, since they are they seem to be our talkers.
Is there a
Sounds like
question
a
mark on
plan.
that?
What was that, Danny?
I'll vote to go with Dustin. I like Dustin.
Right. Okay. So yeah, for some reason, Kenrick and Getwell get along really well. They're like Bash brothers.
Bash Bros.
So, let's see. How do we split you guys up? We'll do.
Is
we'll
that
put you in
harbour?
separate?
Is that an ocean or is that a lake?
That is a lake. Kings Lake. Although it is a big one. All right, so day 2.
Yes, indeed. So let's go do some interviews.
You guys are splitting up.
That's right. We split the party. I hope this doesn't
where did I put
result in
that?
us all dying horribly.
Don't worry. Dustin and Leotin are safe because I am with them.
All right, so you guys
Good to know.
basically split the list.
Yep. Yeah, because we got a week. We don't want to, and I figure if 5 people who are all warrior, at least hardened of some sort, show up and corner a person to ask questions, they're going to freak out.
As it rolls around to the 1st of late spring, the rains start to pick up a bit, and it's kind of an ugly day.
Man, I'm kind of glad I left my my armor at home.
Who wants a fire?
Not in the city.
Are you mad?
Wait, we're not over there. They're the west side is apparently going to get burned down.
Oh, good.
Well, it's a solution to the rats.
Not a good solution.
I mean, it kind of chases the rats to this side.
Burn the place from orbit. It's the only way to be sure.
Okay. This is primarily going to be a social engineering bit. So you are going down the list, hitting up addresses, talking to people. And so you guys can pick a lead and assist. And your role, whatever that's going to be, will determine how effective your day will be.
Right. Well, I will probably attempt to assist Getwell with diplomacy. I'm not super awesome at it, but 11 is better than 10 normally.
Indeed.
Well, it says if you're doing interviews, it suggests interrogation or psychology.
Yeah, I ain't
Well,
got
that's-
either of those.
That's for the actual interview itself.
I'm going with word on the street.
Okay.
No, we have list of people to try to track down and. Oh, so you're that's what you're doing.
He's
is
just
using that to locate them.
Yeah.
For word on the street, you should use current affairs and streetwise or carousing. This is according to the social engineering part of the hunt.
Yep, I was opened up to that page. I found it interesting.
So I should use carousing.
Suppose you could. Well, now, if you guys are actually going down the list, you're actually talking to specific people.
Yeah, that's what I thought we were doing.
Oh, so we're at interview.
Now, you could not do that. I mean, I suppose if you have a list of addresses, well, for example, if you have a list of addresses in a particular area, you go to the bars in that area and hit them up for the streetwise. I guess that's you're still using the list.
Yeah, I figured that's probably like after we've chatted with the people, and then we like can sort of start using the locations as a triangulate.
Mm-hmm. No, we're not going to break it down to 11 billion rolls here. Just wanted to.
Right.
So
well,
if
I'm gonna
his
be trying
primary effort is going to be streetwise, I'm cool with that.
Well, yeah, but I'm going to be trying to assist with diplomacy. Let's see if I made it worse for you there, Mark.
Woohoo!
Holy cow, I didn't.
All right then.
So Dustin, what are you using?
Hang on.
So streetwise with the +1.
Yep.
Booyah.
All right. Noted. All right. On the other side. So Dustin is going to be the face for that group.
I believe he is our face man. Yeah.
Means he has to actually say things.
Talk.
Yeah, apologies. I had a phone call I had to deal with.
He did say he was AFK. I figures.
I didn't see it. Now I do, though.
Let's see, what would be... I suppose the best bet would probably just be diplomacy. I don't think fast talk would come up to be too helpful.
If you are basically... How would fast talk work there? You're just basically tricking them into talking to you.
Yeah, but
pretending to be
diplomacy
somebody
doesn't give
else.
you any negatives.
Well, it's true.
What's your highest skill? Diplomacy or fast talk?
Well, fast talk 13, but I was thinking more in terms of, sort of the tricking people or beating around the bush that might be more.
Can I
more
use
subtle than
carousing or intimidation to assist?
Intimidation is not going to help.
So would carousing help?
Carousing could help.
Apparently you can substitute savoir-faire for diplomacy when dealing with the target group.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you get a +1, Dustin.
So don't fail.
Well, is Laodin assisting?
Are there any high society people here?
Not down here.
Then Leo will not assist.
Because he doesn't want to make things worse.
Absolutely. He knows dealing with people is not his thing.
Well, it depends on what you define as dealing with people. Shooting an arrow at them, that's also dealing with them.
From a different perspective, yeah.
So Dustin, decide diplomacy or fast talk.
Or
+1.
something else. You could potentially use... No, you don't have admin, do you? Why I keep thinking you got admin?
The advantage is a diplomacy. A failed roll doesn't make it worse for you.
Well, that's not going to matter as much in this case. Oh, he's got decent diplomacy anyway. He's got a 12.
13 now.
All right, so did we decide diplomacy was the better route to go down? Sorry, dinner
Except
just arrived as well.
It's whatever you're up to. It's you, Dustin. You decide. Fast talk or diplomacy. +1.
Such a damn slacker. Ordering food during the game, getting phone calls during the game.
You do need to succeed by 5 to get, I guess, a clue. Are we following that?
Not in this case.
Okay.
It's probably, I think, be better overall if I did this.
All right.
Woohoo! You succeeded! Yay!
So both teams made some progress. Looks like Getwell and Sir Kenrick made better progress.
Because we're prettier.
The two of you ended up at the docks. Now, you guys are not specifically located where you are on the map. That's just for separating you out. The two of you ended up at the docks. There was a guy named Jon Thatcher who lives out there. Well, one might reasonably expect him to be a Thatcher. And you approach his house and knock on the door and are called in. You see that he is mending a net, appears to be. And predictably, there's piles of thatch all over the place. Shush! Shush with your circles.
I don't understand why I don't just crop it out before the game. Damn
Is there-
slackers.
Because why?
Where exactly is the dock in this part of the city?
On the lake?
'Cause that's the north part.
It's on the there. This map is cropped a little closer than the other one, which has a little bit wider. There's a lot more of the docks district than you can see there. Hold on, let me get the other one.
So there's like docks directly in that there, left of there.
Okay, if you look at this version of the map, you see there's a whole lot more docks area. And there's also some shantytown outside the old city.
That's
All
great.
right, but we're still nowhere near the south side of the city. Is nowhere near the docks.
No, it isn't. Yeah, this is one of the reports from much farther north than the rest of them.
I know the city.
So you guys enter.
Yeah, it's the capital.
You enter the domicile of Jon Thatcher, and I will allow you both to make an observation roll or perception. Perception works.
Wow. Okay. Woo! My observation's 9.
But he makes one anyway.
Come on, get well. Observation or perception?
Or you just
Stop
want to take
slacking
his.
around.
Wasn't sure if I had. There you go.
All right then.
See,
Yeah.
that's much better than mine.
You noticed almost immediately as you get in there, and he's waving you guys over to come talk to him, and not getting up from his seat while he's working on the net. He's blind.
A Knight's Tale.
For the record, for the social engineering stuff, all these skill rolls can be modified by reputation if you have it.
I don't think any of
I
us
don't think
have
any
it.
of you have it.
Not yet. I'm gonna have a rep when I win the tourney, though.
For the record, that the roll that we made before there was for your daily progress, not necessarily reading clues or finding clues. Right. So yeah, guy's blind. So you are going to talk to him?
I don't think this guy has seen anything.
Yes, we're going to talk to him.
I heard
He's
that.
one of our witnesses.
I'm blind, but my other senses are perfectly fine.
Outstanding. I'm gonna look at Gitwell, waiting for him to take over as the talker.
Good, what time it is. Good time of day, sir. We understand that you have.
Good time of day, sir.
Oh my
I'm gonna have to
god,
remember
using
that
that
one.
forever now.
I'm gonna have to remember that myself. Good time of day, sir.
Good input time of day. Hi, Brother Gitwell, and this is Sir Kendrick. We have come to understand that you may have some seen or, well, I'm sorry, be aware of some strange goings on in this part of the city.
This is a strange part of the city. You're going to have to be more specific.
Well, as we have come to understand that there may be some pests of unusual size in this region that you may have encountered.
You keep doing it.
Right. You hear about the rats.
Have you
We
seen?
are.
Encountered any or heard about?
So he will explain that basically at some point there was an incident around a week ago where there was something scuffling in the house that sounded to him like a rat, but it was way heavier, and he went over and basically scared it off. He never obviously didn't see it or touch it.
It was in the house. This house.
It was in the house.
Does he know where?
It broke through the wall over there.
Well, while he's talking, or while they're talking, I'll go look what was ostensibly broken. Likely repaired now, but still.
Not well repaired, but it is at least covered. It's a fairly sizable hole. Probably, big enough to allow a dog or a cat, something like that, to get through.
Good sir, are you aware if any of your fellows in this area have seen or are aware of any other incidents of such occurrence? Any other large animal or possibly large dogs that seem of a strange breed seen? I mean,
you're having such a hard time.
Noticed in this area?
He has spoken to others about it. In fact, there have been others that have come around here asking about the rats.
I see. I mean,
Now you're just being a dick.
So, as he said, he has spoken to others. Others have come here asking about the rats.
What others?
What others? Specifically, there was a guy named Herb. He's a apothecary nearby.
I like his name.
You might know him.
That was my dad's name, Herb.
Said he smelled of herbs.
Okay. Have to.
He was
get to it,
very
you know.
he was very curious about the rats. I told him that it smelled vaguely sewer like a cesspit or something.
Does your
Uh-oh.
domicile rest beside any kind of sewer or access to the sewers here?
Well, basically everywhere is close to the sewers, but there are sewer drains in the vicinity. All right. Did you have any other lines of questioning before I move on?
Where's the nearest access to the sewers from his abode?
He will point you in the general direction and distance with surprising accuracy for a blind guy.
Well, distance is probably fine.
All right, so I need to
Thank you,
make
good sir.
some
We will
rolls
see.
for the day. Dun, dun, dun. And that was a thing that I needed to do. Damn it.
You should have done that thing then.
Yes, I should have. I needed to make... Crap, I'm just going to have to roll it.
You're going to have to roll it. You rolled it.
And that is going to be that. Okay. And we need one more. Okay. That's that. What else have we got? All right. So by the end of the day, a lot of you have determined that it is... So the characters have actually deduced at this point that the rats must be in the sewers or using the sewers to move around. Somebody, an apothecary named Herb, in the has been asking around about them, and they are definitely oversized and not natural.
Yeah. So we'll have to look at the apothecary next. But I'm presuming we're going to jump over to the other guys. I hope they don't, screw up.
Indeed. All right, the other guys. You guys will be at the in the slum district at the shop of one old Mack.
You're going to meet a very wealthy dog.
Is he perhaps a millionaire?
He is not, but he is on listed on the list as a night watchman, and having encountered one of the creatures during one of his patrols. So his shop, he's a barber / medic. All right, that one's on Dustin. How are you going to approach that guy?
He's going to panic for a second because that means he has to talk.
Partially, yes, but also,
Crickets.
good
Crickets.
time of day, sir. We are here to see if
Good
there
time.
are any vermin problems that we could potentially assist you with. We've been charged with the city or charged by the city rather, to see what we can do to render aid to those who might otherwise be suffering from a
In other words, what he's
enhanced
trying to
collection
say is
of.
we're looking for some very big rats. Have you seen them?
I go into this whole spiel I have prepared to make us,
It sounds legitimate.
He wrote a script.
What? Never.
He wrote a script for all of them.
Essentially, yes.
All right. I should have made the other guys roll. But I'm going to make you roll.
Uh-oh.
Call that diplomacy? It seems diplomatic.
Well, luckily, you can potentially have a reaction roll.
That is true in this case.
It may be bad.
It could be worse.
Universe is cold and indifferent.
Well, yeah, he doesn't have a lot of benefits in that regard, but at least he's not hostile. Yeah, so he's like, oh yeah, you hear about the rats. About damn time the city shows up to do something about it.
Indeed. First and foremost, however, we need to collect some information. Do you have where might you have seen some
I
of
already
these
gave a
rats?
statement.
We need to know where they are.
Am I being detained?
Can you show us where you saw them?
I was attacked on the patrol. It was out there by the thing. He'll give you the location.
What's the thing?
It's over there.
Gotcha.
Then over there we shall look.
And when you were attacked, can you describe how it went down? Did they come out from anywhere in particular?
It was a night. I couldn't see anything.
Did they bite you?
I was just walking along. All of a sudden, it comes out of nowhere and bites my leg. I was lucky I was wearing boots.
Did it penetrate?
That's a little person.
He'll pull his tunic up there and show you the rip in his boot where it tore through it.
He's going to turn into a dire or a were rat.
So did this, looking at the bite mark, did it look like it actually penetrated and got into his flesh?
He'll tell you that he wasn't. He got a little bit of a scratch, but it mostly didn't penetrate the boot. But it was certainly scary and very large for, a rat.
And did you see where it ran?
He was not looking where it went after it attacked him. He just chased it off, beat it with the torch and whatnot, and ran.
And it was only the one?
Yeah, it was just the one incident.
And you are sure that it was a rat and not a stray dog?
I'm not blind.
What did it smell like?
I don't know. I smelled like a rat.
Did it smell of the sewer? Did it smell of the forest? Did it smell of just the city?
Who the hell is this guy?
Look into my eye.
Yeah, go over there. You can see where he came from.
All right, I'll saunter over. I go over there and look.
Leo will join Murdoch and start looking for tracks anywhere this rat could have emerged from.
All right. Well, it's been a few days and it's been raining all day, so the tracks are probably not going to happen. But you do see the area, and yeah, there is a sewer entrance not that far off, so that's probably a good bet.
The sewer entrance, I take it it's not great at all?
I don't think so.
Looking into the entrance, is there any evidence in the mud at all?
Give me a tracking roll.
Gonna have to roll super high. Wait, not super high. Super good. Super well. Whatever.
There are definitely, again, rain, mud. This is a sewer entrance that's actively pouring water out of it. The tracks aren't so great, but it does look like there have been animals coming in and out of here of some kind or another, and not small ones.
And like recent?
Yeah, within days, probably. Maybe more recent than that.
Look, I look at Leodin. I'm like, just as I thought, we'll have to go into the sewers.
My God,
Leo will smile and say, "Yes, off you go, my friend. See if you can find anything."
Oh no, you're coming with me. Where
Perhaps-
I go, you go.
Perhaps later then. We have more names on the list to ask, and it's best that we do that while not covered in sewer mud.
True that. I'm already ugly as it is. Don't need to be stinky too. Dustin, you need to talk faster. You're not getting to the point.
I prefer to
New
talk better
Murdoch
than
is
Thatcher.
really entertaining.
Well, let's go hunt down the next person on the list and ask more questions.
All right. Well, that's your day 2. You guys, let me
So we
see.
have asked a bunch of questions. It's just this is the
Yeah, this
important
is
part.
just an amalgamation. Yeah, these are the important ones. Let's see. So, have you gotten any new clues from that one? You got that, which
Came out
I
of
think
the
you're
sewer.
satisfied with. You got that. Nope. And okay. All
Well,
right.
they do
so,
seem aggressive.
you guys meet up toward the end of the day somewhere
Yep.
and discuss your findings. You have, you are very confident at this point that whatever it is in the sewers, that it is indeed some kind of very large rat. or something that can be easily taken for a very large rat. And you also know that that's not natural to this area.
Apothecary guy is interested.
You got an apothecary guy that's interested. And
Is he on our list?
He was not on the list, no.
I say we go talk to Herb.
So by this part of the day, you guys have been running around town and getting soaked.
So very, very tired of rain.
Just because I can, as we're heading back to wherever we are, I take my torch out and I light it in the rain.
Why?
Because I can.
Because he can.
But why?
My shtick can strike a flame anywhere.
He's weird. We're going to feed him to the rats, so then it'll turn into demon rats.
Well, we
I
have
do this, I'm like, I look at Dustin, can you do this?
I did find a location where the rats frequent. We can use Murdoch as bait.
Ooh.
That's true.
Yes, Dustin can.
You could slather him in something.
Right, so
no.
His own
Rats
filth?
don't like dwarves. We're too tough.
So we probably need to speak with the apothecary, or at least investigate that.
So, one, I forgot to tell you, you could take extra time on these things too. But I guess you didn't ultimately need it. Unless you're looking for more info. Point number 2, are you going to look for more info, or are you going to go straight to the apothecary?
Oh,
You are gonna have to dig around and try to find out where this guy is. You only got the name Herb.
well, I would say we probably at least pick some other name off this list and get some info, and then add to that. Hey, have you heard of a person named Herb or
Herb,
do that too.
not herb.
Herb?
Herb.
It's a freaking H in it.
It's got a H.
It's got an H in it. So,
Take another day.
Whip.
we'll pick up the next name on the list, and keep in mind to ask if anyone else was interested, particularly an apothecary named Herb.
And if they know where this apothecary is located.
And that.
We could ask the town crier.
Oh, one thing I did want to do is get well to make. You have area knowledge, the capital. Not specifically. Okay, you can make an IQ check.
IQ.
And I'm having you make it specifically because it could be related. The name Herb associated with an apothecary in the if it's in the slum district, you think you might know that guy? Or have heard of him?
He's one of the. I think he's one of the local dealers.
Probably a supplier.
I think I may know this guy.
Oh boy. So are you behind the evil rats then?
Oh, heck no.
All right, so is that the plan to continue down the list?
Yes, I think so.
Yes, because if we keep getting it only solidifies our next lead if this Herb keeps showing up.
Indeed. All right.
Basically, try to use that to triangulate where the apothecary is.
Day 3. Are you guys still staying split up?
Depends probably on how many names are still left.
You probably got enough to go for a few more days. There are quite a few, and it takes a while to go in and interview people.
Yeah, we probably do need to stay split up.
Can we narrow or filter the list a little bit, given the information that we've currently got? So we talk to these people first before we talk to the others, because they're closer to sewers and their situation relates more to what we already know.
Let's see.
Would a
I don't
tactics
think
roll help with this?
So, like, prioritize the list somehow.
Okay.
Would what help? I didn't hear what.
Tactics. Would a tactics roll help with this at all?
No.
To try to, this is how we're going to tackle this?
No, but I will let one of you make a roll against a skill of 10. And if you make it, I'll tell you what it is.
Okay. Nope. Missed it by 1.
Almost. All right, so that's basically your group aggregate intel analysis. And
Can we Benny it?
You want to Benny it?
Anything we can do to assist that?
You guys are assisting. This is everybody working on it together. Yeah, you can. If somebody wants to Benny it, you can Benny it. I don't have a problem with
I'm
that.
not sure I would. Yeah, it seems like. I don't know if I'd want to go with a Benny for that.
Is the information that we're going to be getting from this useful, or is this just a random
roll
roll?
Is to narrow it down to the most relevant parts of the list, which would allow you guys to work together on it, probably.
So are we
Up to you,
confident
you may
enough
not need
that we need to still be split up or be together?
I say
now?
we split up. As we cover
You only
more
missed
ground
it by
this way.
1, so it's almost good enough.
All right, so we'll split up and we'll ask around some more. Dustin, come along, lad. We need your talking skills.
All right, then you guys can go again. Same as the previous day. You guys did make at least an attempt to narrow the list down to the most relevant, so you'll be sticking probably a little closer. Whichever one of you wants to go first.
We went first last time, so we will let them go first.
Well, alrighty then.
Was Dustin getting help from anybody? I don't think he was.
Yes, he got help from me carousing.
Right. Yeah, okay.
Well, they're +1.
Then on we go.
All right. And the other guys.
Right. Let's see if I can not foobar this. Gotta find my damn skill. I didn't foobar it. Yay me.
Hey, you.
And you didn't get help.
No, I was assisting. I thought I was assisting.
Oh, right. You're assisting, not...
Gidwell. Because
Right.
he's
Okay.
a bit better than I am with it. Oh,
Right,
wow.
you guys-
Not that much better. I thought you were better than that.
You guys definitely got the better roll out of this day. All right. Well, it's still raining like crazy. Off and on, but it's dumping. And the two of you, that is, Makyu and Sir Kenrick, end up on the north side of the wall. This one is a merchant named Procuro Morgeld who had reported that one of his servants actually killed one.
Really? Okay.
But he is a little higher status. So this time I will make you guys roll because I forgot last time.
All right. So
Savoir-faire.
yeah,
I guess Sir Kendrick might actually be able to pull
what
this
is
one off
his
this time.
status?
Let's see. He's gonna be. I think he's gonna be a 1.
So it'll be equal, basically.
Will.
Wow.
All right, is that the help roll?
It wasn't meant
no.
to be.
Did you have? I don't know if you could actually. I didn't know if you had Savoir Fair High Society.
No, I don't. That's high society. I have
Well, it
clergy.
doesn't mean he couldn't help with something else. But he'd have to roll a crit.
Diplomacy.
You know, maybe we're buttering him up with some drinks. Oh!
Oh my God.
Yes! Oh!
Wow.
That
Oh
was
my
the
God.
time to do it. Nice.
Okay, so you guys arrive at the this merchant's townhouse. It's a smaller place. It's not particularly grand. It's not like Barlow's. And the guy looked down when you met him. A little bit older guy. And first thing Getwell does in there is breaks out the wine, says, "You look like you need a drink, buddy."
Don't worry, it's healthy. It's sacramental.
So he will tell you that indeed one of his house servants has told him that he had killed some large rat thing, and he calls all his servants in there, and they line up, and it's like, show these men where it is. And so he will walk you out to basically a garbage dump where they dump the corpse. And it's a few days old and not very pleasant. But it does look like a giant rat with, little bony bits poking out of it everywhere, and it just looks kind of odd.
Would that be a naturalist?
You could make a naturalist roll if you like. There are some other ones that might actually be appropriate, though.
Yeah, the first thing that comes to mind there for me is veterinary, but I don't have that. Probably should get it though.
Right. Okay. Well.
Ooh, okay. Hold on.
That's,
I want to do something. Damn it. I don't know if that's going to work. I was looking up the veterinary skill. Defaults. Animal handling. Any. Oh, okay. Any. Cool. Okay. Then I can go. Ugh. So I got an effective skill of 4.
Seems unlikely.
Oh, man. So close.
That almost tipped right over.
So you examine the creature based on your knowledge of the natural world. You know that it does appear to be a giant rodent. Definitely appears to be a rat, and it is not natural. This is not a natural creature. Like, you wouldn't go into the wild and find this somewhere. Not that you've ever heard of it.
Does he have detect magic?
That's true. Good point. Although it's been dead for a while, so it might not ping. But it might.
He can make a roll if he wants.
Let's see, that is what?
What is it, IQ plus majory? Or in your case, it'd be
Yep.
the other thing.
So +3.
Dustin is unfortunately not with them.
Yeah, I just remembered that after I clicked the button.
So
Silly person.
Getwell was like, let me try something. And he'll kind of, pull out one of his bottles of holy water and kind of, pray over it a little bit. Well, if it has any kind of magical aura, or some kind of mysticism about it, the water should give us a slight glow, or that's what it's supposed to do. And he'll kind of sprinkle a little bit over it, say a small prayer to, which one is the nature? Is it the sister nature?
You might be looking for the god of magic here.
Oh, the god of magic, and
or the
sprinkle
goddess,
it over.
depending on the day. All right, that's good for
see
Benny.
See if anything kind of causes a glow.
In this case, the only thing to apply the Benny to would be the roll itself, so you will have made it by 6. Which is a fairly significant roll, so you do indeed pick up a little faint glow. Like you hold your hand over it and shade it, and there's just a little bit.
Huh. I would have at first thought that no, but if you look at it just right, see, if you cup your hand a little bit, the droplets of water do seem to glow just a hair. So natural they are not. Magically, but of strong magic, no. But there is something afoot here.
It's also been dead for a while.
It could be strong magic since it's lingered this long.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, that is a good point. Wait, why is the dwarf here?
What? Why am I here? Poof.
You just hear me in your thoughts.
Ugh, now I'm thinking about Murdoch. Ugh, that face just just gets in your brain and you just can't wash it out.
He's just so pretty. All right, second group. You guys are sheltering from the rain, moving from person to person on the list, and you run across a gaggle of kids that are looking for something.
And all three of you are probably thinking, man, it's too bad Kenrick is in here because he's actually good with kids.
So, you can just make a reaction roll, or you can try to influence if you want to find out what it is that they're looking for. But bear in mind that you do have reaction penalties that do apply to that sort of thing. So
I could do carousing.
if you do carousing, it will be at a -3.
Getting the kids drunk. What?
Bloodlust?
I don't think bloodlust will help.
Just checking.
You never know.
Apparently, he's not good with kids.
I don't like kids at all.
They move like prey.
So we notice that these kids are searching for something, huh?
Are they looking in an unusual spot, like some place a rat might hide?
Well, to be fair, there are plenty of sewer entrances around here. You're in the slum district, so you're nearish the canal.
So maybe we can just observe them from a distance.
Well, what I'm trying to determine is whatever they're interested in perhaps related to what we're looking for, or are they just looking at, a dead pigeon that's on the ground and poking at it? Or are they looking at a potential place that, look, there's a rat hiding in there or something like that?
Well, meta, you could assume because I'm bringing it up that it's related, but you don't officially know that yet. Observation is perfectly fine if you just want to sit back and see if they leave a clue.
Dustin, if you want to go and talk to them and see what they're looking at, I will watch from a distance.
Wow.
No, I was planning on watching from a distance.
Landon's like, man, it's freaking rain. It's getting in my hair.
Wow.
So you guys are just watching these kids. That's not creepy at all.
Well, Leo doesn't care. They're just looking at a dead pigeon. They're poking at a dead pigeon.
To be fair, they were sheltering from the rain at that point. I don't know why Dustin doesn't just do a thing and make it go away.
Well, because, I mean, oh.
That's true. You're
Brave
liquid.
man likes to feel a rain on his face.
If that had actually occurred to me, granted Kenrick's got an IQ of 10 and doesn't think magically, he'd have totally said, Dustin, what the hell, man?
It's probably best that it does rain, because inevitably we're going into the sewer and we want all that shit literally washed out.
All right, now it's making the sewer worse.
Well, Murdoch did manage to overhear the kids talking about a dog. They seem to be looking for a lost dog.
When I hear about that, I tell Dustin, I think they're looking for their dog. You might want to go ask them if maybe
what the hell is
a
up
little
with
bit
this
more
accent?
about it.
Is this a Herman's thing where you guys simply
apparently
can't
it's
do
a Herman's
accents?
thing?
Because it's like I've seen Mark do that, where it's like it goes from Scottish to French to Russian in a single sentence.
I don't think any of them are actually
Russian.
And none of them were right.
It doesn't matter. I'm a dwarf. I just talk whatever. I got half my face burned off, man. Dustin, go ask them about their lost dog.
If it's an actual dog and not a rat, and we'll just walk off mumbling in towards them.
Yeah, you're gonna find them with a large bony rat that's got a collar on and a leash.
Of course. Hello, young children. I hear you. Is there something you're looking for?
You may make a reaction check or an influence skill roll if you please.
Of course.
Wow. That should have been a reaction check.
So time to make the reaction check, I guess.
That's true.
They kick you in the shins and run up.
Yeah.
Well, that's on the upside of neutral. They so you can at least confirm that they are looking for a dog that they lost. It was they lost it last night when it went chasing off after some creature. They thought it was another dog, or it's not clear to you. And it charged off in that direction, which just also so happens to be the direction of the canal.
I see. Towards the canal, you say? Well, I hope you find your hope you're able to find your lost canine companion.
You're not going
Good
to
day,
tell him
children.
it's probably been eaten?
Not that cruel. Wait, am I that cruel?
I don't think so.
He's impulsive, so he might be like an offhand. Dog.
Music
Yeah.
to
giant
himself.
rat.
It's like,
Yeah, he's not coming back.
get a description of how big the dog was. Thinking it's like, okay, that'll take them at least a day to really digest him.
So you go back and tell Laodin and Murdoch that their dog chased something down into the cow.
Yep, dog chased something down. They thought it was another dog. Based on our luck, chances are it's not a dog.
Well, Laodin, let's go look at this canal. Maybe we can find out where it went.
Well, let's have a look.
So, given that the incident here was quite a bit more recent, your chances of finding useful tracks are quite a bit better. Which you
Laodin,
can...
tracking roll.
See, everybody's accustomed to you going, I didn't ask for that. So we're gun shy.
I was implying it.
Man, I thought
You
you
don't-
were better at tracking.
You don't find a lot, but you can reasonably presume that that's probably dog tracks there, and that's not. But they did go into the sewer. And you can make note of the location.
Damn it, we're going to end up having to go to the sewers. Well,
right.
luckily... Oh, did we find anything out about... because remember, we were saying during the process of our questioning, we were going to ask about the apothecary, try to get a location for it.
What about dog tracks? Do we find any of those by any chance?
Yeah, he said there were dog tracks.
Yeah, there were some dog tracks there.
We could, instead of having to go into the sewer, we could lay traps.
No, we're going to end up having to go to the sewers because, that's the poor man's dungeon. City man's dungeon.
The issue with laying traps, while that might be effective in general, you don't know how long it'll take. And
We also
you're not
don't
going
know
to be
if
able
anybody
to...
else will set off the traps by accident.
Other things could set off the tracks, like dogs. And
Kids.
And there are a lot of sewer entrances in the city to
I'm
be trapping.
Yeah, I suspect we're gonna end up finding an access to the sewer from the apothecary, and that'll lead us to like an evil lair,
So,
a generic
What
evil
are
lair.
you?
Even
What are you feeding those rats?
you mentioned, you guys did mention earlier that you were going to be asking specifically about the apothecary guy. So, when you were at the merchant's place, when you brought that up, he did say, yeah, there were some other people asking, or there was another guy asking about the rat encounter, and he was very specific. Specifically wanted to know all the details and stuff. If you mention the name Herb, he says, yeah, that may be right. And he'll confer with the servants and say, yeah, I was probably that guy.
Everything's rolling up herbs.
So, day wanes, and you guys meet up again to discuss your findings.
And definitely thinking we're going to have to go to the apothecary next.
All right.
And probably need to, kit out.
Yep,
Or
this
at
could
least
be.
have our kit nearby.
Now, I don't think you guys have identified where he is.
Yeah, we were
all we need to know is where they are.
Okay, so by this point, I think that will be good enough. You guys do. So, based on the reports that you've had of, because you've got multiple people saying that they talked to him, and some people say, yeah, I know who that guy is. I think maybe, I think he has a shop over there, blah, blah, blah. And combined with your area knowledge, you do piece together that this is Herb Mixon. He has an apothecary shop over in the slums.
Mixon.
So you've got
the guy.
So you're pretty sure you know where his shop is. Let's see. And one other roll I will make for you. Okay. And so in this case also, given the magical nature of the corpse and the external features, as you describe that to Dustin, he will suggest that the effects are perhaps alchemical.
So they're feeding them something.
So we have a herb who's an alchemist.
Interesting.
So it has still been raining off and on all day. It's muddy. It's annoying.
Just for the crit check. Just for the crit check, and I'll roll it in the box. Have I heard of anything that, like any herbal concoctions that might have some weird effects like that?
Well, you don't have alchemy. You have herb lore.
Yes. But just for the crit check.
Yeah, if you want. You can't think of anything.
Right.
So let's see what's next. So at the end of the day, you guys gather, you make some notes, and you guys are pretty certain you know who, what, where. You've got well, actually I can make one more for you.
We rolled a 3 on that one.
Nope, that one will be good. So, wow, that was actually really right on. And that the when of this is, there were a couple of sightings that were reported before, but the bulk of them were from about a week ago. So by this point in the process, yeah, it was actually while you guys were away. So at this point, you can say with some certainty that it was about a week ago. Whatever happened was about that long. So the only thing you don't have at this point is why.
Because they're evil bad guys doing something culty.
Well, one might make an assumption.
So it sounds like we need to hunt down this herb guy, and we need to go into the sewer and kill these rats.
Your accent changed again.
It's fine.
So the question then is, when do you do that?
Well,
Hey,
what-
Leodin,
what
any
time-
idea if this rain's going to let up? Or are we going to be walking into a real extremely deep sewer should we have to be going that way?
Didn't somebody have weather sense?
Leo will
Dustin did.
lick his finger, hold it up into the air,
And yes, Dustin does have weather sense.
and he'll tell you exactly when the rain's going to let up.
Not that,
And then we all look
not
at
that that's
Dustin.
possible. I ran into that last time when Carrie was playing Dustin and he wanted to use weather sense. Like, what exact kind of information would you get out of that skill? Because at TL5 it requires instruments, but before that it doesn't. But you can't get the same level of information. Anyway,
It does actually say something about it in
it's not very specific.
DF Wilderness Adventures or whatever it is.
Did it? I vaguely remember reading that, but regardless, at this point, it's spring. It rains a lot. This is from the fact that it's been raining the last couple of days. You know that it's not going to last forever, obviously, but it could go on for another couple. Your confidence is not high that it's going to break. Not overnight, anyway.
Okay, so
Tomorrow may be different.
according to Wilderness Adventures, if you have weather sense or predict weather spell, the roll that you do for the weather to see whether it's going to be bad or whatever, the GM will tell you the result.
The GM will tell you the result.
Yeah, so when you do a roll to determine weather, what it's going to be for that day, the GM will tell you the result of that roll.
Because the GM is supposed to roll in secret against your skill.
So
But
you've
that's,
got
that's
there's
More
per day.
meteorology.
That's
It's
per
based
day,
off a
so-
meteorology skill.
No, it's not based off of meteorology in this case.
Well,
this is long before meteorology is a thing.
No, I mean, when you look at basic set, if you look weather sense, it says read meteorology. But
Yeah,
if
but
TL4
that's
or
the
less,
advanced
the skill's
version.
called weather sense.
As far as the wilderness, DF wilderness goes, that was saying per day. Question. I believe that was the
I'm
case.
just seeing if it is a per day thing. Well, you do make the weather roll per day.
Yeah, if it's, I thought that's what you had read, was that it will tell you what the roll is for today. Which, at the end of the day seems less than useful.
Right, but it'll tell us
But maybe at the beginning.
what the next day is likely to be as well.
Does it? Did it say that?
No, I'm looking to see if it actually specifies it.
It says there's no penalty to predict tomorrow's weather, but you have -1 for 2 days, -2 for 3 days, -4 for 4 days, -6 for 5 days, etc., and then an additional -2 per day for each further day.
Yeah, but which one is that? Is that
It's weather
meteorology
sense.
or is that weather sense?
Because it's called weather sense if it's TL4 or less. If it's TL5 or higher, then it's meteorology.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
It's gonna rain. That's all we need to know.
So, given no penalty, so if you roll on the weather table for the next few days, the weather sense will be at a penalty equal to however many days you're trying to predict ahead. So for tomorrow, weather sense by 5. My prediction would be for the next 3 days at least. What was the penalties? How far did they go out?
-1 for 2, -2 for 3, -4 for 4, -6 for 5.
Well, let's look at it this way.
So 4 days out, I've got an idea of what the weather's going to be like.
You were specifically trying to determine whether or not what the weather was for tomorrow, which would have been at the smaller penalty, and you made that. So I will tell you tomorrow is going to be bad. I will also tell you that today and yesterday were bad.
Alright, so tomorrow's bad. That means we subtract -1 to survival and tracking rolls.
Which
And
tracking has not been easy.
Dustin, aren't you a weather mage? Can you stop the rain?
No.
Like even I look at it like you put a lot of faith in Dustin over there.
Well, what use are you then?
I do sort of mentally envision now that it's like, as we're trudging through the rain and we're all miserable, if you look at Dustin, the rain's like going around him, like he's surrounded by a mini force field or something.
I was wondering if you could do that.
Just leave me dry and you guys.
And he's
not.
like, "What? Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm wet."
alright, so bad is not necessarily flooding.
Right. It's just
So-
heavy rain.
So we're not going to get flooded if we go into the sewers. The sewers are coping. Yeah.
No, it's the water in the sewers. The water's going to be up, but it's not going to be a problem.
Alright, so then Leo will relay that to everyone. Tomorrow is likely to be just as it is today. It will rain all day. Heavy at times, light at others.
Well, if we go and engage with Herb and talk to him,
Apothecary.
and then we'll see where we need to go from there. If that's an excursion into the sewers, well, I guess we got to get our galoshes.
So you are going to the shop now. That is today, day 3,
Yes.
at the end. All right. Then off you will go. I presume you are all going.
I don't see why not.
Okay, as I said, this is in the Slum District. There is a shop. It appears to be closed. But you know that this is the right place.
Thump, thump, thump. Herb!
You hear a scuffle inside.
Thump, thump, thump. Hey, man. I hear you got the good stuff. Thump, thump, thump.
You can make perception checks, hearing based, if you like.
I put my ear to the door. Herb! Thump, thump, thump.
The sounds from within are sound like a scuffle.
I'll look, after listening at the door, I'll look to Murdoch and Kendrick with a kind of worried look on my face. I don't think what's happening in there is going well.
I'm gonna try to bash through the door.
Leo will look through the window first.
You're gonna try to bash through the door.
Oh my god.
Let me try and open it.
It's a Scooby-Doo thing. Murdoch kicks through the door and foot comes through the window and smacks Leodin in the face. Now I want to see how I can make that happen. All right. Well, it is a wood exterior door. It is going to take some doing to get through it, but you can start bashing at it if you want. Of course, everybody's going to hear that too.
Have you checked to see if it's locked?
I try the door.
I'm going to
handle. Is it
presume
locked?
you checked and see if it was locked, and it was in fact locked.
Can Leo see anything through the window?
It looks like, at least from that image, the windows are stained glass or some kind of thing. But it's dark in there, and you can make out some shadows that are moving around. Very
Night vision 5.
I don't know.
Sir Kendrick, help me! Bro, help me! Bro.
Why
Is
do you
Murdoch
guys
the only
keep
one kicking
adding
the
a
door?
D to my name.
Does
It's
Night
his
vision
accent.
5 give Leo a better glimpse at what's in there?
You'll never mind the glass, but at the very least, you're going to be able to tell that there is at least a human in there scuffling with something.
Vaguely
Can't make it
large
out much
rat
better than
size?
Well, it looks like he's stooped.
Alright, so using his elbow, Leo will break one of the panes of the glass.
And Kenrick,
This is not modern movie sugar glass. This is medieval glass.
So Leo will use his elbow hard.
Leo will break his elbow.
honestly, that would happen with realistic modern glass too.
Yeah, probably, but
Hollywood
Yeah.
has lied to us.
they use thicker glass.
Wait, why? But this is a generic world. It should use generic sugar glass.
Kendrick, help me!
At any rate, Murdoch didn't apparently wait for anybody and
Or
just started
dig into
kicking at
his
the door.
axe. Well,
So-
you have an axe.
Yes, I was going to assist him with the forced entry,
Okay. All right, stand by.
and I'm actually slightly better than he is.
So, Murdoch has forced entry at 2 points, and it is 1 up on Dex. I think he gets the full +2 to damage. I will not make you roll to hit the door, and in this case, you're just trying to bash it down, so you can do your full kick damage, all out, all that stuff, plus +2 for your forced entry in Murdoch's case. I don't know if Kenrick has it.
Kenrick
Kenrick.
has 1 point in it.
Okay, I think he'll get a +1 for that.
So you want? Does he need a roll to see if he
Yeah, you can roll the
succeeds in
damage.
assisting?
Basically, this isn't an assist roll. This is a damage roll. You got to do enough damage to break the door,
Because it's kind of hard to miss the door.
because it's kind of hard to miss the door.
So should I use my axe or my boots? What am I using?
Well, that's up to you.
I'll use my hammer.
All right, and what about Kenrick?
Right, I thought we were trying to kick in the door.
Well,
On the hammer, it's
apparently
more
he
of a
decided to hammer it instead.
So, I don't know what my kick damage is. I gotta look that up. No, wow, that's not super awesome. You said it's +2?
+1 for you, and if you're doing all out, you can add that as well.
Which is +3 total.
Yes. Well, that's something.
continue striking.
Not at this point. Stand by. So, Murdoch's hammer swing almost made it buckle the first time. With Kenrick helping, it takes like another couple of shots to get it to break loose, and it does actually cave in.
in the time that it takes them to break the door, is Leo able to break a glass pane so he could maybe shoot through it? That's his intention.
So what's your elbow strike? I don't know if panes of glass.
If the panes of glass are really
going to be in this case.
If the panes of glass are like really tough and stuff, then he'll just shoot a bodkin arrow through it, smash it.
So a car front windshield is DR2. These are going to be thicker than that.
Wow.
Yeah, but a car front windshield is laminated.
Also, you're shooting at shadows.
Well, Leo wants to break the glass so he can then shoot at whatever's inside.
Okay. Well, what's he breaking it with?
Like I said, a bodkin arrow.
Oh, you're just breaking the glass with the arrow. Well, that's just going to put a hole in it.
Well, I don't know.
It's not going to shatter. The glass isn't going to shatter and fall out. You're going to put a hole in it.
But is it going to break enough that he can just kick out the rest of the glass pane?
I kind of doubt it.
Then
How
Leo
much
will
damage
just...
can you do? How much damage can you do with a kick?
$1d minus 1. I guess you get to add boots on top of that, so 1d.
So max is 6.
Plus all out is 2.
Plus that. You could maybe kick it out.
But if it's, Leo should be somewhat familiar with glass of the age. If it's going to be quicker to go through the door, then he'll just wait.
Well, they are wailing on it with a hammer.
And we broke through the door, so...
Well, it depends on how long it took you to do that.
Murdoch's pretty buff.
What's Murdoch's strength?
14.
Yeah.
Alright, so Leo is just
stronger
waiting then. Leo will just wait for them to break through the door.
Well, you can at least keep an eye on the shadows and direct them in the right direction. So the door caves in. Leodin's pointing. It's over there. How are you guys handling that? And also, there was a lot of noise from the kicking and the hammering.
That was the point.
It will attract attention.
Yeah, well.
Oh
it's
yeah,
also
we're coming to
raining.
save you.
Come to borrow some brown sugar?
Everybody going in?
Yes.
Yeah,
I'm going in.
in. It's
I will
going to
be
be
going
taking
in.
a extra couple seconds to, untangle and pull the weapon.
My weapon's already out.
As would Leo's. He'd be ready to go.
So it
But while
sounds
they're
like...
bashing at that, hold on 1 second, because I think I have.
Tell you what.
Well, they are.
Which Murdoch and Sir Kenrick? Sir Kenrick has the higher speed. So I'm going to say that Sir Kenrick is going to get through the door first before Murdoch does. But he's right behind him.
Yeah, he's going to step through and step to the side because he doesn't have his weapon drawn yet.
Okay. So that means Murdoch will be the first one. And since he has night vision as well, that's going to help. He's going to see there is a man over there where Leodin was pointing and struggling with, as you enter, you can see a giant rat. And you can run over there and
after
smack
the rat. Yep. I'm going to attack the rat.
The size mod on the rat is -3, and that's all I'm going to penalize you at this point.
Give me a moment to get my modifiers.
For the record, it is not dark yet. So now that the door is open, there's a fair amount of light coming in.
Oh,
It is nearly evening.
Hold on, because I was typing up, but everyone was talking. So,
Yeah.
I was going to light up my mace.
Oh,
Continue
right.
light
Okay.
to bring light to the let's see what is around here.
Not sure where that penalty to defend came from, but that's okay. You hit it.
That's a deceptive attack.
Yeah, I just
Oh,
picked the wrong
okay.
one. It
I
should be
see.
-2, not -1.
It'd still succeed by 1.
Yeah, he's okay. So you, the man is surprised, but not. Let me start over. You line up a shot on that rat, and you wail on it, and it's not going to defend itself against you. You can roll damage.
Wow.
Nice. That's about right, though, isn't it?
I was looking away. Well,
6 points of damage. Wow.
as it happens, that is you pretty sure that back went snap. So it is most definitely a very large rat. It is probably the size of a small dog. Now that you've seen one up close.
Rodents
That's
of unusual size.
But I thought they didn't exist.
Well, it clearly does. And as you guys have determined, it may be alchemical in nature somehow. But yeah, so that one shot, it didn't kill it, but
Yeah, I'm not.
It,
I'm
Well,
not
it is
terribly-
cutting
it starts-
damage. Cutting damage
so-
does what?
oh, was it cut? Oh, you were using the axe.
Yeah, I used my axe portion, so I cut it.
Okay. Then yeah,
Half again, as much.
you buried that axe in its spine, and it's not dead, but it's trying to crawl away. It is clearly not interested in fighting anybody anymore.
I will hit it again.
You hit it until it stops moving.
And I'm gonna.
Can Leo interfere and say, "Don't kill it. Let's see where it goes"?
I think you might be too late. What's your speed?
6.
I think most everybody's 6 except me.
I'll give
Nope, guess not.
I'll give you a dex reflex check to see if you can get that out fast enough to stop him. Good enough. If Murdoch is interested in restraining himself, guess not.
No, sorry, it's dead.
What was that?
Never mind.
You were talking to my bad ear.
You know how?
Okay, that's actually not a terrible point.
Well,
Half
that's
of his
true.
face is sort of really burned. It's like maybe one of his that ear is also a little burned.
You know when you get a little bit of oil or fuel mixed with water, it has that little shine to it. The blood kind of has that shine to it. It looks polluted. Meanwhile,
That doesn't look natural.
While he's
man-
doing that, Kenrick is going to be stepping forward and pulling the guy to safety.
Guy is a fairly well dressed, bald guy, thanks you for the rescue. And,
Apologies for your door.
well, better the door than
We were
me,
in a
I
hurry.
guess.
Yes, indeed.
It came out of that closet over there.
I go open the closet.
And another one jumps out at you.
There's a big chew hole in the floor in that closet.
I
Do we
found the
smell
den.
sewer?
Well, I don't know what your sense of smell is like, but
Well, if the sewer's there,
I
and
think
there's
if
a
it's
hole
probably
leading to the sewer.
wow, okay. I would say that Murdoch definitely smells fecal matter on the rat and in the vicinity of the hole, although it is not open to a cesspit that you can tell. You guys have made note of the area and know that there is a sewer entrance or sewer access close by. So there's a high probability it's just came out of the sewer and chewed its way in, or there was already a hole or something. The guy that you just rescued introduces himself as Ian, and he is a partner with Herb Mixon, who he has not seen in about a week.
Well, I have a terrible
really?
feeling that he may not be coming back.
That's terrible because he's supplied capital for this operation and was hoping to make some money out of it. And well, he doesn't know much at all about herbs.
Oh God, I just have a horrible mental image. It's like in the next chapter, Getwell is going to be running the apothecary.
I'm more of an herb guy, so I do similar stuff, but on a different kind of level.
On that
What can you tell us about Herb?
Getwell will kind of be looking, while they're all jibber jabbering. Getwell will be kind of looking at the
poking around
racks, poking around, and then there'll be some sunflower seeds that you're like, found it, and he'll take a few out, and it's like, he'll crush a few, and as I borrow your radiance, and then he will cast continual light on the top head of his mace.
All right, I like
sunflower seeds. Nice.
Benny.
And on a side note, Murdoch's going to look at Leodin and say, "That's one."
As Getwell is poking around as Getwell is poking around the apothecary shop, he will note that the supply here is somewhat lacking.
Depleted, as it were. So you said his name was Ian?
Yeah, Ian Vestor.
Oh, good gravy. Oh, wait, I didn't mean to roll that a second time. The first time was enough.
Yeah,
right. So what can you tell us about Herb? Anything?
Well, he's driven. He's very good with plants. He said he was working on something grand that would change the world, but he wouldn't elaborate. Kept saying great fame and wealth unimaginable will be mine or ours.
That sounds bad.
Ominous.
He usually works alone. Sometimes I come in and help out. But like I said, I haven't seen him in a week.
Where is he? I want some of that money.
Okay.
What? Relax.
You know that
he's clearly in the sewers.
And you succeeded that roll.
Yeah, agreed. 12 or less. That means I fail.
No,
No.
No, that's the other way.
it's the other way.
Whatever. Still.
Yeah, the roll for those disads is to resist it. If you make the roll, you resist.
Got it.
Right, we're gonna have to go into the sewers, so I'm gonna, drop my backpack that I've been carrying, start pulling out the frickin' chainmail. Because there ain't no damn way I'm going down there with a lot of rats without frickin' armor on.
Hey, do you have
They're
any
coming out of the
oil
sewers.
for my beard?
I don't know where he keeps those. Probably in the closet over there.
Ooh,
I guess if
hold on. We'll
I'm sure he wouldn't
he'll,
mind.
he'll snap his fingers for a second in thought and look at the list of stuff that he has available, and we'll hand Murdoch a herbal oil.
No, you want this.
You're going to pay for that.
Thank you.
And then
starts
and
starts
as he's
oiling
doing
his
that,
beard.
Getwell will wink at Kenrick.
Dude, what did you just do?
Nothing.
Am I gonna have to give you another disapproving look? Make sure to pay for that.
You know, if something smells like roses, that doesn't necessarily make it good.
Right, so we need to kit up, and it looks like we're going into the sewers.
All right, well, it is getting late. So
Yeah,
you're
but
charge
we
in there
have
now?
a continual life that's going to last multiple days.
Yep, and I burned 4 fatigue on it too
damn.
for a full torch.
I've
All
got
right.
night vision.
Well, 2 of you got night vision. And one of you has a nice torch that may be problematic if he's swinging it at things.
Yeah, well, he didn't think that
Well,
one
whatever.
through.
We also got someone who can shape water so they can push the water away from us.
I wonder how much fatigue he's willing to spend sheltering you from poo.
That's fine. I'll carry him. Just keep your hand in front. I'll carry you.
Uh-huh. I don't think he agreed to that. So you are going to go now.
Why
I don't
not?
see why not.
Okay. Well,
Wanna
I mean,
try to prevent the rat
there's some light
apocalypse.
left. You will note at this point that multiple people have gathered outside the apothecary's house and are kind of rubbernecking out there, wondering what's going on.
Sir Kendrick, take care of that.
Excuse me?
Talk to them.
And give him the disdaining look. Your beard's turning green.
Is it? I look for a mirror.
I happened to smash the nearest one by accident.
Oops.
You lie. My beard wouldn't turn green. As he continues to apply more oil to his beard.
Okay, so when it comes to kitting up, is anybody going to have to go back home to grab gear, or is everybody pretty much expecting this?
I've been carrying the stuff in a just the mail in the backpack.
Okay, so you're going to have to put it on at least.
Yeah, I'm going to have to put it on. But I didn't bring the corselet because it'd be too much work.
Is someone going to go out and talk to the crowd?
Sure, I'll go out.
All right.
And using public speaking.
Should
You could do that.
drag the you should drag the the corpse of the giant rat. No, don't do that.
No, yeah, I thought we wanted to keep this a little.
Yeah, I was like, no, don't do that.
And he will good people, fear not. We heard a commotion, and we wanted to ensure that your local alchemist herb was doing well.
We're with the guild, and we're here to help.
We're with the guild and here to help. Please go back. There's nothing to see here. Oh yeah.
Damn.
Oh damn.
Wow.
So you know that it is the rule in the cities that whenever a crime is committed, that you are required by law to raise the hue and cry and fetch the constable and all that. And they were just about to start doing that when you popped out. You're like, no, there's nothing to see here. You guys just move along. We're with the Heroes
law?
Guild.
Well, if it's
Yes,
the
it
law,
is.
then I'm like, yeah, we should, get the constable.
Yeah, but do we want the law involved with investigating this?
Are you going to interrupt? Are you going to interrupt
didn't break the
his
law.
critical
We
speech?
saved someone.
No, because I'm inside and I'm not aware of what he's doing. I had to, put it on donning this armor.
Well, yeah. So, Getwell goes out and basically you can tell him to do whatever you wanted to, but I'm presuming you're just going to have him disperse at this point. No big deal.
Nothing to see here.
We got it under control.
All on the up and up. Heroes Guild's got this under control.
All right. So, in the meantime, Kenrick is getting armored up, and anybody who isn't already can do so as well. And then you guys will head to the sewers. In the meantime, we will take a brief break.
No, we won't.
Sure we will.
It's lame.
Stake 5.
All right. Go on break. All right, we're back.
All right. As the sun is getting low, you guys head toward the canal to the nearest sewer entrance, where all through the rain you can see a really fresh dragged tracks of a recently dead large rat thing, which I will now call a dire rat.
All right, so we will call it an RUS.
Yeah, we don't care what GM calls it.
One could refer to it as a dire rat if one liked. So, and it came out, as far as you could tell, it came out of that entrance over there. And there you go. It's a sewer entrance.
Yeah.
And you are resolved to go in.
Resolve.
Murdoch, I think you should go first.
He can't get any uglier.
You're right about that. Us dwarves are the best. Let's go.
You absolutely are. Lead on.
At least it's underground.
Don't worry, I'll protect you, my brothers.
All right. At this point, in this particular case, image, I left the guy in on purpose for scale. So we will have a skill challenge.
Ugh.
It is going to be 5 successes for 3 failures. Bad is 1, unless you guys decide to rush through. Which, the sun is lowering, so I guess that
yeah,
won't
we
matter.
got light.
Featured traits here will be tracking, area knowledge, the capital, navigation, perception, urban survival could work here.
Yay!
I am going to do the no repeats rule, and the basic interval here will be 1 day, so it'll take you a day to go through it, unless you do well.
Well,
So, the way I'm going to do this is slightly different. I'm not going to go in tracker order or anything like that. What I'm going to do is give you a situation and somebody can take it up. I will allow repeats of the same character at penalties. And you will understand as we go through. So, you enter the sewers. It is, a sewer. Pretty much as you would expect. The nice part, it has been raining a lot, and it has flushed out most of the poo, or at least the poo hasn't sat there and stagnated, so it's not as bad as it could be. I'm not going to make you roll like health rolls to stuff your way through it, but you guys have enough light right now that you can navigate without too much trouble. And you guys didn't take any extra time to go research the sewers or anything like that, so you're pretty much going in just blind. For starters, the first obstacle here is you guys have to figure out a proper direction. So, who wants to take that on?
Could we do that by tracking?
You could.
All right, then Leo will take the lead on it.
All right, so bad is 1. You're a -1. In this case, I'm not going to give you any more penalties on that. As you guys start progressing through the sewers, it's going to get easier and easier to find them. Holy God.
Can we assist?
Not in this case.
but he could use his Benny to fix
But he could
that.
Benny that.
How do we get Benny's back?
Doing cool things. Or occasionally other ways. I haven't, who knows.
And what's the result of a failure in the skill challenge if we fail the whole challenge?
If you get 3 failures, you are not going to find the source.
God, I don't have any skills that are good for this.
Yeah, there are situations.
No, I'm looking at my skills. I'm like, I'm a cavalryman.
Yeah,
All
no,
right,
this is not
so-
your best suited.
Ride the dwarf.
Ah.
Wow.
All right, Leo's going to use his Benny.
Success! But just barely. He almost lost the trail. Because, poo. And he's
Because
no.
he has to, he doesn't like kneeling down and when that's poo.
Let's see. Next, you guys find you are following the trail that Laodin has pointed out and see that the tracks go through a very small hole. It looks like this is a passage that was blocked and caved in a little bit. Who wants to take that one?
Brother Getwell, using urban survival, will know that there are parallel tunnels that generally go around, and they generally don't divert too far from the main. And if we take one of those, it should get us right back on track.
I'll take it. -1. All right. And Getwell redirects you around the block passage to a better one that you guys are confident. And this may be the point where Leodin has to re-pick up the trail. Next, we have there's a point where you're certain that there should be a passage here, but there doesn't appear to be one. And it's either been disguised or it's buried under something or something, and you can't find it.
Could camouflage be a suitable role here?
Potentially.
To see if someone has deliberately...
What about search?
Search would be a reasonable one.
I have a search of 11. Anybody have higher?
It would be 10 in this case because we're at -1.
Well, yeah.
I have
Still.
13, but that would be a penalty of -1 plus the -2 because Leo's doing it again.
Mm-hmm.
So, not Leo.
Okay, I mean, I can do search.
What about
Anybody else wanna take
magic
it?
and shit that Dustin may have?
Maybe.
Well, I mean, I could do something like a fluid jet and try to spray down the wall, see if that changes anything. If I do it at a high enough rating, maybe there'll be enough pressure to move
You're
some
going to be
loosely
spraying
stacked
crap on
debris.
the walls.
I mean, it's
Yeah,
not
that's going to make a
ideal.
mess, but yeah, I'll take that if you want to go with that one. -1.
All right.
Yeah, I think Murdoch and I are in the same boat here, where it's like our skills are like, I don't know, I'm not good with this crap.
All right.
Literally.
Search would have worked.
Dustin power washes the rough wall where the passage was supposed to be and manages to knock down what looks to have been a big dirt plug.
Fatberg.
That would have been a really big one. All right. Another situation. You have actually, how many is that? That was 3.
3.
All right, we got 3 successes. Need 2 more. There is a cistern area where around the edge is a very narrow ledge that you guys have to navigate.
Climbing.
Could be.
Anybody have better climbing than
I don't even have
11?
climbing.
All right, I'll use climbing. Basically,
Wait, what's your climbing at?
11.
Yeah, but you're going to be at -3 because -1 bad, and then -2 because you're doing something again.
Did he?
I haven't
He
done
hasn't
anything.
done anything again.
Yeah, he hasn't
Dustin
done
did
anything
it.
yet.
Oh, okay.
So does anybody have climbing better than 11?
I don't have climbing.
Not modified.
I don't have climbing either.
Okay. I'm going to tie a rope around my waist and give it to the guys to hold me, and then I'm going to try to use my climbing skill to navigate around the cistern so I can then help everybody get across.
He's got a low center of gravity.
Knowing how heavy that Murdoch is, and if he falls, he's going to fall into the shit, Leo's going to hand the rope to Sir Kendrick.
Why do you guys keep hitting a D in my name?
Hey, I gave the rope to
It's
all
the
you guys.
Rick.
I failed.
It's their accent. It's their accents.
You're guilty of it too, bro.
So as
Is
I'm
he?
going around, I
I don't think
slipped.
he has.
Yeah, he has.
All right, well, I'll let somebody make a save for Murdoch.
Strength?
What kind of... Yeah.
I don't know. I guess if somebody's on belay, you might be able to rope him back in. I could see
Is it
strength.
strength?
Woo!
I gave the rope to all you guys. You guys are all holding onto the rope. So everybody make a strength check.
Just one.
Wow.
Why did you make it, Mark?
Who's
I
got
don't
the
know,
best
'cause no one
strength?
else was rolling.
I'm stronger than you, and it was like we were waiting to find out what to roll, and you're like, "Oh, I'm gonna roll."
So roll.
Alright.
Henry.
He
Too
got
late.
impulsive. He got impulsive.
Well, Leo handed the rope to Sir
I
Kenrick.
saw the rope slipping, and I grabbed hold of it and slipped on a steaming pile, and
It wasn't.
kinda
It wasn't fast
started-
enough to save him. So Murdoch went in the drink. Gotta
Oop.
help him. If he gets
Place the-
if he gets any cuts on him, he's gonna get infected. So we got three up and one down.
Great. So it's my turn to fail.
So eventually, you guys
Now
get me out.
that was just a save for Getwell. That doesn't count.
Shit,
So
man,
eventually
that's
I
nasty.
Get out of the cistern, and we figure out what's the next obstacle.
So you guys
We're all looking
continue
at
on.
his beard as it goes bright green with the addition of water.
Yeah, no, that wasn't like that before. I think was it? So you guys are navigating through, and you find yourself at a dead end, and realize somebody has misunderstood, or your understanding of the tunnel wasn't correct. So you have to re-navigate.
Recalculating.
Kenrick, what do we do?
We're gonna try. He's gonna try to leadership us to, stop arguing and get back onto the trail properly.
I like it.
Of course.
It's
You
a
know
shame,
what?
though.
I'm spending 2 bennies to succeed. And I don't have
Yes,
any
sir.
bennies now, but
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Kenry whips everybody into shape. We're going that way. Pull your head out.
Smells
All
like
right.
he's pulled his head out.
You just just need one more success.
smack, gib slap.
That kind of as a dirty look.
All right, somebody give me a thing here.
A thing. What do you mean?
An obstacle.
There's a lock sewer gate.
Lock sewer gate. All right, who wants to take that one?
All
I'm
right.
gonna bash
Since
my way through it.
everybody's gone once already, I'll waive the no repeats. We're cycled around.
Can I try to bash my way through it?
Yeah, you
Good.
can make a strength check, or I could try a forced entry. I think it'd be the same, because your strength, you said, is 14.
Mine is 14.
His is 14.
Yeah, so
However,
that would.
he also has a lifting strength of 2. So his total lifting strength, if he's going to try to shoulder it up, is 16.
Yeah, you do that.
Okay, I'll lift it up.
Give me it.
Any minuses? Still -1 or
-1.
so it's a +2 then. No, +1.
+1.
You have got to be kidding me.
Wow. All right, somebody save him. It's about to crash him down.
Okay, so is it just straight strength, or is it what is this going to be?
Yeah, I'll give you that. Okay. Sir Kenrick jumps under there, and the two of you manage to keep it from crashing down.
It's because Murdoch was fine, and then his foot just landed on something that went squish, and that leg went out.
Does that count as a success, or is that still a fail?
Or maybe it's a neutral.
That's actually, I think we are 1 success and 1 fail away from winning.
Well,
Uh-huh.
if you consider Sir Kenrick's
No, mine was
being
saving you from getting
well,
squished.
Was it saving, or could that have been a
That was a save.
assist?
That was a save. Tell you what, we'll do one more. Somebody give me another one.
Roll a 1d10. 2 it's Dustin, 3 to 4 Brother Gitwick, and that
Gitwick.
person has to decide.
Or the
Wait.
we have to jump across to another ledge.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I don't think that's actually going to help. Well, unless you want to call it a tight corridor. In which case, I don't think anybody can help that.
We reach a point of the sewers where the weather level is really high.
Well, Brian already brought up the jump. I'll take that since he's probably volunteering for it. Unfortunately, he's out of bennies.
So jumping is just dex, unless you have jumping skill.
Yeah, I think so. I'm going to say this isn't, the jump isn't particularly long, but if you fail, you could end up slipping back down.
Should we tie a rope to you?
You probably should.
Of course.
Okay. I'll hold on to it.
He should make a good anchor.
Oh,
Jesus Christ, man.
What is going on?
Slipped on
All
shit. As Leo goes to leap, the foot that he sort of takes off on slips out from under him on some filth, and he just does not recover at all.
We're gonna have to come back the next day, but we're gonna come out of this place just covered in it for now.
Do I need a roll to save him? Like, keep him from falling into the hole?
Yep.
Strength check or dex check or what?
Probably strength.
Yeah, probably strength in this case.
Oh, good
Oh
lord.
my gosh.
What is going
Just
on?
stepped away and
I'm
Would
gonna-
my
crit
lifting
failed.
work with that? My lifting
I'm
strength?
going to call the lifting strength on that one.
Because I was
This
braced.
is legit.
I'd have to say I'm braced. So I
is a
saved you
lifting.
barely. Oh!
So
All
Leo's
right,
doing the
well,
Mission Impossible
I
thing
slowly
just
drag
above
you
the
out of
water.
hole. Yeah.
That's a failed skill
Wow.
challenge.
It is.
It is.
It is.
And so what will
Well,
end
we're
up
definitely
happening
losing
here
a day.
is you guys are losing a day, and you have to basically leave and come back a couple of times to get back to this point and get where you're going. So a couple of days later,
So we're getting really close to the deadline.
a couple of days later, you finally reach the end where you see what appears to be an alchemist's lab inside the sewer. And you have explored this sewer way too damn much over the last couple of days.
We know more about the sewer than we ever wanted to know.
Oh yeah. By now you could probably You can probably tell the map makers where they went wrong.
We probably will. We're so pissed off.
Now, everybody make an perception check.
I'm going to fail this.
Good God, man.
I can take it.
Wow.
Yep.
Well,
I was totally looking at something I stepped in.
it doesn't matter because
Oh.
before you even got close, Dustin's like, I hear skittering out there. And
Well,
indeed,
Brother
The,
Getwell is like, I still don't hear it.
Pew,
yeah,
pew,
well,
pew.
so you guys are approaching this area cautiously. So when it opens up into this obvious alchemy lab, you also notice the cavern, if you want to call it that, is full of dozens and dozens of dire rats.
Oh, noes.
So,
Why the hell would someone actually live down here?
well, if they're doing things people wouldn't approve of.
Especially having candles up.
So, you guys had plenty of forewarning. So, you guys can arrange yourselves however you like.
Well, we probably would have had like Leo
You
and
up front?
Murdoch in the front.
I don't know. Well, you wouldn't need Leo in front at this point because he's not tracking.
Oh, I'll
Is
be in the
there
front.
is there a line that we can't go past?
Well, you guys are just entering the room, so be reasonable.
Is Leo able to leap on top of a table?
I'd say when it gets started, you could probably do that, so you could be positioned. Yeah, I'll give it to you.
So Leo can start on top of a table?
Yeah, I'll let you have that. It won't break anything. Ish.
Oh, sorry. That was not meant to be rolled.
Anybody else? Or is everybody where you want to be?
I'm in a sewer. I am nowhere near where I want to be.
I was about to
Kenrick have
I was about to
teamwork?
clarify.
Not yet.
I don't think nobody has teamwork but Murdoch at this point, which is too bad.
I think that's where we're going to be. That's how we're stationed.
So McHugh is holding back.
I'm holding back with Dustin, sure.
Mm,
I'm prepping a spell is
okay.
more than likely what I'm doing.
Well, so
Is Getwell facing the right way?
it's not important at this point. So, to explain, I am not doing standard tactical combat in this case. I'm using some of the zombie stuff here, so this will be abbreviated. So we're going to be going at around 15-second intervals. You guys will make an attack roll, and that will be, it'll have a recoil number of 1, so you will be able to hit a number of targets based on that. So what you need to do at this point is whatever you're going to be using for that, create a ranged attack for it and give it a recoil of 1 and a rate of fire of whatever because it won't matter. Defense is going to be the same way, so they're going to be using rapid fire. Your defense rolls will reduce the rapid fire, same as for machine guns, etc. And most of your normal stuff will apply, like all out and that sort of thing. If, for example, you're doing retreats with your defense, in this case, you'll move not just like one hex, you'll move to a different location you will fall back to. So it'll be a little bit farther than that. Extra effort will be double cost. But as we get into it, you'll figure this out. So it shouldn't be too difficult. So, because you guys got effective surprise on this, you are going to get the first. You guys are going to get a gimme shot. And
round 8, fight.
What is the? So you just said recoil 1. What else do we need to add to this range combat?
So what are you doing? You're just doing your axe?
My axe.
So if you do that as arranged, you're going to need the damage on it and the level, and rate of fire can be 99 or whatever, and recoil 1. Yeah, that should be all you need, I think.
You just need to take the margin of success as the extra hits.
Well, you could do it that way too, but the range thing is neater, I think.
In terms of actual range penalties, since Leo's using a bow, what will they be?
Okay, in your case, you can fire once around, can't you?
Yes.
So, as long as you're making those rolls, did you take the no nuisance perk thing? No nuisance rolls perk for the fast draw? I know we talked about that.
Negative.
Okay, so as long as you make the rolls like it's one shot, you'll treat it the same way. However, you are limited in your ammunition, so...
Right, but what range penalty will Leo be shooting at?
Right now, for this first round, it'll be at whatever it is, so 2 or 3. But next round, they're going to move in, so you'll probably be in close combat at that point. Because they are going to swarm at you.
What is braced?
Not relevant to you.
I assume we don't have to worry about the set of attacks?
You can. I don't think it'll really help you, though.
Point of order. The combat tracker seems to indicate that he's got the wrong Murdoch open.
Does it?
DNU.
Oh, I didn't actually swap that out. Hang on.
Also, I guess since it's melee, I can't use that awesome roll that I just made to get a maximum of 12 hits.
What was that? Oh, well, yeah, that's too bad.
So there's
Unless
really
you want to charge into him.
I am thinking about it. Let me look at my disads.
I mean, they're just rats.
Yep, the rat.
Sort of.
I am wearing armor, so I need to kill as many of these things before they swarm the city. So why not?
So you're going all out then?
I did for
Is
that
that-
first.
is that actually
surprise
true?
round,
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it's going to come back to me, and I'm not going to go all out.
All right.
I know how this works. Now, how does the damage work
What?
in this case?
What is your minimum damage?
3,
Is it? Thought it'd be more than that.
2d plus 1 crushing.
Okay. Well, let's not roll 11 of those. We'll go with the average. So 3.5 on the die is going to get you what?
3.5. Oh, you mean 3 and 4? Since it's 2d.
What was it? 2D?
Yeah, it's 2d.
Yeah. So that's going to be 7 on the die.
8,
So 8 and 9.
8.
Oh wait, I'm looking.
Just 7 plus 1.
Okay. Yeah. So 8. So each one of those is going to take out a rat.
What?
At this point, I think it's probably not going to make any sense to bother picking which hex. So let's see. Stand by. That's going to be 11. So you're going to take out 2 of those. How do I want to do this? If I remove it from the tracker, it's not going to remove the token.
If you remove it from the tracker, it will remove the token.
Will it? Okay, so if that's number 1, then... okay. So that's 5. Which one's that? That's number 11. 10. And that one is number 3. All right. That was Kenrick. Lay it in.
Shooting the bow.
How about you?
So 6 by 6. So that's 7 hits.
Oh, you didn't do the thing. Okay. Yeah, I guess it would be 7, wouldn't it? All right, you can choose if you like, or
Are you
just
pulling
take the
a
nearest.
crow thing over there?
Kind of is.
I'll roll damage once for all shots.
You want to do that, or you want to take the average?
I've
How
always
lucky you are.
always done the roll once.
Yeah.
That's impaling though.
Well, that's true. That is impaling. So, DR1, that's 4 gets through. Impaling is 8, which will be enough to do a major wound. That will be good enough. So, you will
Right,
take out
knowing that.
7 of them.
Knowing that, I'm going to be shifting to the pick part of
So,
my
3.
weapon.
Well, your pick might get stuck.
2
So
vitals.
the rat.
4, 5, 6, 7. We need 3 of them over there. That's 6.
Alright, so that will be 7 ammos used.
Ah, okay. All right, next. Turn.
So do I have penalties for, do I need to move an attack or?
I got the wrong standby. Helps to have the right token on there. No, at this point, if you want to run up there and hit them, then you can just run up there and hit them. This is like 15 seconds, so
That's what I'm going to do. Run up and hit him.
Yeah, I probably should have made them harder.
Man, I'm making high rolls.
All right, so 7 of them. That's we'll take 4 out, and that is 2 more out of there. So we need what is that? 10.
Should I roll damage?
Well,
What's your
yes,
average
technically.
damage?
Well, it's 2d plus 3, so it'd be 5
5 minimum.
minimum.
So it looks
Yeah,
like his
I'll
average
take
is going to
that.
be 10.
Yeah, you'll be fine.
And then it's cutting.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're definitely good. Okay, yeah. So you take out 7. Turn. I hope you don't kill them all before I get to have at you.
I hope we do, just because.
Actually, did
with the amount of time, do we actually get accuracy at least one?
Well, I mean, if you're standing back there, you can
I'm
always
only
do
gonna.
all out too.
Well, exactly, but I'm only gonna be able to burn. Yeah, you said it's about a 15-second round or so.
I'll give you accuracy, I guess. Yeah, I didn't think about that.
Mine's
actually.
only gonna last maximum for 3 seconds, regardless of how this goes.
Okay.
For the spell, kind of. But it's
What are you doing?
It's basically sunbeam.
Okay, so you're just lasering some.
Burning 8.
Well, you got like a 15-second round. How many of those are you gonna do?
I'm only gonna be able to do like one, but before I've like pass out.
Really? Oh,
Wow,
Well,
really?
because it's gonna cut. Well, for for a level 2 beam, that's 2 fatigue points. For 3 seconds, that's 6 total. So that would leave me 6 fatigue.
All right. Well, in this case, you won't do the rapid fire thing with that, but obviously, if they come to you, you'll be able to whack them with the mace, so you're not, undefended. But I'll give you the act for that. You got plenty of time.
And I put my flavor text in the text. Waves his lit mace over and charges some of the previously acquired sunflower seeds, crushes them, and then, with that energy, directs the beam towards the rats.
All right, I'll take it. You can apply the Benny to either the roll itself, or the damage, or their resistance if they had it, etc. You can apply it to whatever roll.
For the attack.
Nice.
Wow.
Hey, that's good
Now,
for your fatigue.
That is very good for my fatigue. Well, I don't know if range has anything to play. I didn't add anything for range modifiers or whatnot, so you'll have to.
I will consider it close for range purposes, so -3, I guess. Which means it won't be a margin crit.
It won't be a margin crit.
So that will be, 10 hits. That'll be 7 hits.
Well, but in this case, you can only cast it. If you can only cast it once, you just get the one.
Well, for 3 seconds, so it's a beam that gets swept across.
Gotcha.
That's what I was thinking. Is I'm just sweeping a beam across the lot of them.
All right, I'll give you that.
Makes sense.
I'll give you that. So, damn. Well, that was effective then. So
7.
3 fewer than that was 7. Yeah.
Yep. So 4.
So we get 10.
4 burn.
Oh, okay. Right. That is not going to do enough. Well, apparently you killed 3 of them. That's true. They might be on fire. Well, this is a sewer. They're wet.
Oh, God. Methane. The sewer explodes and kills us all. See you guys next week.
Yeah, that'd be about right.
All
right.
Kaboom.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll give you that then. What about that one?
It didn't cost me fatigue. Well, no, it did cost me fatigue.
All right, we'll call it there then. Next.
All right.
Something cool.
Something
We're
cool.
demanding it.
Kind of what I'm going for. I don't know if it's cool, but it's something. So over the course, Dustin will have gotten closer, a bit closer, and well, it's the sewer, and the sewer generally means there's a whole bunch of crap and
Water?
probably acid and stuff around. So he will kind of.
This also is an alchemy lab.
Oh, even better.
Oh, yeah.
Perfect. Then there's probably some fun components laying around, in which case Dustin will have easy access to some acid that he can kind of.
Distinctly smell. Go, I know that acid.
Yeah.
No,
yeah,
shape
and then,
water or something.
Well, he probably can't
No.
smell it from all the way over there, but he's got apportation and stuff. It should be doable.
Yeah, and essentially he's going to take that and sort of apply it to the end of his staff, and like a big flute, blow on it and exude a acid jet.
Ah, gotcha. All right,
There's
so you're just
cast.
doing an area attack.
Blowing it on like a flute.
It was the closest thing I could think of to actually make it seem.
No,
Yeah.
that's cool. I like it.
So you have to do an innate attack with that as well?
I do, yes. So that was the rule to
Okay.
purely cast it, and then here is the actual jet roll.
Oh, right. The I guess you get the bunny for that. So if you want to apply that to the attack or damage or whatever, might want to save it for the damage.
No, I'm going to do it for the attack because this is not the highest of skills. That's unfortunate.
You saved
Will?
it for the attack,
Yeah,
so you can
Yeah.
use your Benny and you succeed.
I did.
Yeah.
That's 12 plus 1.
You didn't add your act bonus?
That's true. You could aim, technically.
Oh, yeah, okay. And, sure.
Save.
Yes, I like hits.
Okay, well, you got at least one. What would that bring you up to?
For
If you got to aim for it, if you got your full aim, what would that get you?
I
+2.
This
if
isn't
he was able
normally
to get
a-
full, so +2.
yeah, this isn't
So
normally a
plus-
range, so I assume it would just be act +1 and then +1/+1 for
Oh,
following 2.
wait. Jets are a melee weapon, aren't they?
Yeah.
Right. So, given
You
that,
could all out.
you can do all out
Oh,
determined.
before this
Of
round.
course, you're in a bad spot for being all out, but
Not this round. Because this is still the surprise round.
Damn it! Shouldn't have said that.
So you'd be successful.
So
by
hang on.
3.
You
You would have succeeded by 3.
hang on. So AOA melee for 4, act 1, 2, 3 is 5, 6, 7.
No, you won't get the ack in that case. That's
okay, not the
is
ack,
for
okay.
ranged.
Oh, sorry. I thought that was because we were treating all weapons as if they're ranged. That's where I got that axe stuff from. But okay, then yeah,
Oh,
AOA,
okay.
the raw AOA, yeah, that'd be succeed by 3.
All right, so you get 3, and that'll take out that guy. Yep, you will definitely take out those guys. All right, next up.
Top of the round. You're surprised. Not going to let you forget it.
Yeah, I can't take that back.
Well,
Well,
me and Murdoch are going to do our best to try to kill all these dudes.
I think what I'm going to do
Cheat.
is cheat a little bit, and I'm going to give them a penalty. Instead
12.
of so I am going to let them attack, but they will be doing so not at their full ability.
Minus 12.
That's fair enough.
No, minus 18. That seems fair.
Let's see.
Tax of opportunity.
Where's that going to go to? Yeah, we'll call it that. So one each here. Okay. So where is my guy? So normally I would be rolling once for the lot of them, and they would get a rapid fire bonus for their numbers. Right now our numbers are at so we are at that level, but I am not going to give them their bonus because they were surprised. So we'll just go raw. Watch them end up hitting nothing. I got 3 hits, which is pretty damn lame. So, spread those out over the most vulnerable. Let's see. We'll get 1 each for Murdoch and Kenrick, and I will random roll the others.
Can
the other one.
Defend?
Hang on.
Does Leo being on a table make a difference?
Apparently it does. So it will go to Dustin. All right. So those are successful hits. You guys can defend. You only have to defend against 1 attack in these cases. If you did all out, you won't get a defense though.
This is true. My mistake, your fault.
So I believe Murdoch did not do all out, so he can defend. And
I did.
Dustin cannot.
I did all out attack, determined melee.
Did you?
Yes, I did.
I thought you didn't. Okay. Well, never mind.
Well, I was under the assumption that we were.
Yeah, I know, right?
It was a surprise round, and we could do the.
Well,
the GM said
you changed it.
We see how
you only got hit. You only got hit once instead of a bunch of times. Which, frankly, is still kind of lame for me. But
can you still dodge?
I'll take what I can get.
No, not with an all out.
All right, so I'm gonna get a shot on all of you. So for Murdoch is 0. For Kenrick is 0. And for Dustin is 0. So they get hold of your boots and they give it a good chew, but they are not really grappling on. So what you will notice here is that they are not only attempting to bite, but it looks like they're attempting to grab with the bite. Fortunately for you, they were kind of surprised and are not really fully organized yet. But that was their go. And you're probably going to destroy them all now.
Yep. All right. Well, I am very much intent on trying to kill as many of these things as possible and getting here. So I'm like standing or blocking the way for Dustin. So
Oh, okay.
I am actually doing an all out again.
All right. Ten hits. You want to pick?
Pick. What do you mean?
You want to pick your hexes you're attacking? That one?
Yes. How
Number
many do I
8.
keep to smush?
We're doing average damage. What was it?
8.
It was 8. Yeah. Yeah, that will end that one. So
Just that one?
you got 10 total, so you can get another one.
Then I'm probably gonna take out that one that as I was moving away from Murdoch.
Number 2 then.
Yeah,
All right,
while
that's you.
billowing to Dustin, and it's like, stay behind me!
Shooting. I'll just roll.
All right. So you're gonna stay put.
Because
Good God, man!
range penalties would vary depending on which group of rats.
Well, that's true.
But in that case, it doesn't really matter.
Well, I guess.
Actually, it's -3 size modifier on these, right?
Yes,
Shit,
it is.
I forgot about that.
I
So
forgot about that.
that's going to be 3 less.
Damn it! They would have lasted a lot longer.
Too late.
Well, they're there now. They suddenly got a lot smaller. So
It's easy to hit
that
a crowd of
means
them.
you would have gotten 9. Let's see. That is going to be enough to take them down. So you will get at least the 5 in front of you for starters, and that's 7. And what I will do is give you the range to the next bunch, and that'll lower. So you had 4 left. If
Does
the range over
being on
there
table
is
give
1,
height
2,
advantage?
3. Well, that doesn't help in ranged, and not at this close. I think that's going to reduce by 1, so you get 3 more out of that hex 5 then.
So how many shots actually hit? So that was going to be 9?
It was 9 total.
So 9 arrows.
Call it 7. No, 8. 8. What's that leave you at?
4 arrows left.
Ooh, pushing it.
That's in my quiver. I do have spares.
All right, Murdoch. Don't
Yeah,
forget the -3 this time for size mod.
Yeah, I got it in there.
Damn it.
I'm doing same as Sir Kenrick. I'm going to do all out attack. And then can I do extra effort, mighty blows?
Not at the same time.
No? Not with an all out
Either
attack?
or.
Can you do?
There is a perk you can pick which allows you to do all out strong and extra effort mighty, but it requires you to spend the perk.
Okay. All out
What about
attack is
telegraphed?
You can do telegraphed.
with the all out
I
attack?
kind of wish I had thought about telegraphed. Damn it! What was
I
the
don't
question?
see the telegraph attack.
+4.
Yeah, it's another 4.
I'm just gonna pick AOA determined melee +4 again, just to say that's the telegraph attack because I don't see it.
That's fine.
Why did it roll twice?
Probably have 2 things targeted.
Yeah, you got some targets.
Oh, to go with the first roll, to maximum 10 hits.
Wow. That was a lot. Okay, well, you're gonna. What's your minimum damage? Was quite a lot.
My
seem to
minimum
recall.
was 5 cutting. So
Yeah.
10.
Well, it would be 8.
6.
DR1. Then yeah, DR1 cutting is 1.5. Yeah, you're right.
So
6.
13.
All right. Well, with 10, you're gonna take out the 2 in front of you.
That's the
And
way
that's
to
not
do
going to
it.
leave much. I'm going to leave that other guy up there for now. Actually, you know what? I can just. I'll do that. All right.
Well, I guess I could just try to take a step and what is the range
I
on
can't
that?
even run away.
Hey,
Look at the modifiers. What is 5?
We promised we were going to do this, and Kenrick never lies.
Because they're dirty, filthy, ugly rats. She's going to.
Yeah. Given that this is a longer round, you can go all the way up to him if you want to get in there.
Well, he's going to throw his mace because he can do that.
You know, that's some people's light. Didn't you do that once? You threw a mace at somebody? Somebody was running away and you threw it at them.
It wouldn't surprise me. But I mean, it's only going to land like 3 yards away, so it'll still be lighting us up.
Well, technically, you
well, I
can
guess I
hit
can only
one.
throw it 1. Yeah, never mind.
Exactly.
Okay, you're right. That's a good point. Get in the mix.
You want to get in there and play Whack-A-Rat?
Whack-A-Rat. So, blah, -3. We'll do telegraphed. And since I'm pretty certain that I'm playing cleanup, I'll go all out and whatever.
So +5.
Well, you could do the fatigue too, and well, never mind. Go ahead. Go ahead. Kill all my damn rats, bastard.
My minimum damage is 6. Average damage, well, we'll take it. 8, crushing.
All right. Well, that'll get the last 2. Well, that seems somewhat anticlimactic to me, at least from my standpoint. They could have put up a
None
bigger
of us
fight.
got bitten by the rats, so it seems perfectly fine to us.
We're big damn
Well,
heroes.
technically, some of you did get bitten. You just did get bitten very hard.
Well, they were
Didn't go
trying to
through it.
gnaw through chainmail for me.
All right. Well, I was going to
Leo.
say the remaining rats disperse, but there are no remaining rats to disperse. So you basically went through everything that was in there so fast that they weren't able to either put up a proper defense or get away from you.
Technically, it was 30 seconds, so it wasn't like...
Yeah.
That's a really long GURPS fight.
Yeah.
Well, as you look about, you find a couple of bodies of humans.
More like bones at this point.
Or what they look like were humans, because they've got all these weird bony protrusions coming out of them in weird spots. Kind of looks like
good.
the proto molecule got them in the Expanse.
Leo will be collecting his arrows.
Right.
You really want them back? I mean,
Yeah.
after they might have icky protomolecule in them.
I'm gonna clean them thoroughly. The alchemy lab itself is kind of wrecked. There's papers and stuff lying around, and beakers and flasks of God knows what.
If he doesn't clean his arrows, does he get disease damage?
Maybe. Of
Hey,
course,
Dustin.
if he accidentally cuts himself with one, he may get disease damage.
It's a risk I'm willing to take.
Hey, Dustin. Anything
those-
valuable?
One of those human bodies is also in irons.
Well, I think it's safe to conclude that Mr. Herb was using this whatever concoction and experimenting on people.
Well, maybe.
Right. Well, let's not touch anything. We're
Dustin
gonna
Crash,
has-
tinkle, tinkle.
Dustin has alchemy. Can he roll
Does he?
that? Yes, he does.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah.
He is currently the only one that does.
And he also has occultism.
Man, you know his character better than he does.
Well, no, I was just waiting for
Slacker.
an opportunity for the conversation to have a lull.
That's not
beforehand.
how gaming works, bro.
I know,
You
but
need
that's
to
how I do.
Shout louder.
Yeah, shout louder doesn't work on the internet.
It
Um,
totally works.
So, what are you doing with this alchemy skill? Are you actually looking over the notes and everything?
Yeah, I'll look over notes and ingredients, try to determine what's there, and yeah.
Okay, well, you don't find any notes that appear to talk about the current situation. What you do find are some burned papers over in that corner, and some stuff that looks like, oh, this was a notebook over here, but a bunch of pages are torn out. And also
Important
there is a letter on the on one of the tables that was not destroyed, and it has a signature on it, basically saying something about thank you for perfecting the formula, blah blah blah, and signed the Magpie.
Who the hell is that?
Intriguing.
Now you can look over the ingredients that are there. A lot of it's spilled out. It's not particularly good, but you got a pretty decent roll. You can pick out that, yeah, this is some kind of transformative formula that was being worked on. And you can put two and two together with the nature of the rats themselves and the smells and that sort of thing, and kind of piece together that, yeah, this is what caused that. You don't know a whole lot about it. You couldn't reproduce it without the notes, but you can at least say that, yeah, definitely this is where it came from. And judging from the state of the bodies over there, it could be that they were feeding on those bodies and may have caused it that way.
Are either of the bodies recognizable? I mean, have their faces still intact?
Well, you guys don't. Well, actually, I'll give Getwell an IQ check.
Uh-oh.
Woot. It's Mert.
He's reasonably smart. He might be able to pull that off. That guy might have been Herb.
About
He's
the right height.
age, the right skin tone in spots.
What's left?
They don't look too good. You're not sure who the other guy is, though.
Right.
Murdoch,
Wow.
being a little greedy, can he search for anything of value?
How long you want to hang out down here in the sewer with all the dead rats and the proto-molecule?
Well, considering that it takes some time for Dustin to do his alchemy checks.
True. I'll give you that. You can give it a once over.
Observation is the skill that you need for searching.
Huh? No. Searching is searching.
No.
Yeah?
Dungeon Fantasy Exploits, page 19.
What? There's no way observation is what... Not for searching for hidden things. Searches for that.
Well, I'm ready to get the hell out of this stupid place.
Yeah.
Are we done? Can we get out? I would very much like another bath today.
Hey, there's a pool of water over there.
But isn't that a door?
What? Oh. No, that's your imagination.
Okay.
It's a painted door.
Yeah. That's a horrible, horrible joke.
The evil wizardly dude who's actually responsible for this. I guess it's what did you call him? The magpie?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, clearly that was part of his I want to teleport special rules. I'm going to paint a door on the wall and then actually open a door.
Okay, so are you taking anything out with you? Or just leaving it as it is?
We should probably take the letters so we can turn them over to proper authorities.
Agreed.
Okay.
Yeah, the evidence of what
And
happened.
it might, if there's like a... Did you say there was a formula? Or is it just reference?
No, he couldn't find any... That letter referenced the formula, but he couldn't find anything relating to it.
Gotcha.
Because it
Any
looked like it
vials
all
worth
either
taking?
been burned or torn out.
If he did, he should have totally taken that to try to see if he can reverse engineer it down the road. All right, we need to go out and we need to...
Well, with his alchemy skill, was he able to determine if any of the vials or anything are valuable enough to take with us, so we could sell it?
Not in the state they're in.
We're probably going to direct authorities down here to do a more thorough investigation.
Yeah, this is definitely because the mission is as far as we can tell, is over. So now is when we... Didn't you say the hue and cry? So now we get the local authorities to come down here and...
All right, so you guys leave the sewer and go raise hue and cry, fetch the constable.
And we know exactly how to get out of here with no problems.
Because you had to do it 2 or 3 times.
That's right. I think
And we've
all
been
of
marking
us
the
are
path
gonna...
now with chalk.
Yeah, it's like all of us are going to have area knowledge, capital sewers.
Yeah,
For
you could
whatever
totally take
reason,
that if you wanted.
I
The
don't want that.
dwarf who's supposed to have the, underground directional sense, not so much this time.
You guys just had a bad day.
It was the smell.
Bad couple of days.
Smell,
so-
shifting water.
So you guys emerge. We'll be nice and say this is afternoon, and the constable will end up arriving and basically say, "I don't want to go in there," and
Neither did we.
send somebody to go fetch the fetch a coroner.
And
And
corners there?
yep.
Okay.
And he waits. And while he's waiting, he's scratching his head. Yeah. Another guy, Ian Vestor, he was reported missing about a week ago too. That was weird.
What?
I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. Oh, man. I was going to say something earlier. It's like, yeah, what we're going to find out is that, Investor is missing.
A little bit later,
I kind of suspected that, but Kenrick isn't. He's got an average intelligence, so.
Later, the coroner and the bailiff arrives, and both of them are like, "I don't want to go into the damn sewer."
Whoa, that's gorgeous.
Somebody go fetch the sheriff.
Oh boy.
And because this is clearly a matter for the royal bench, not for the local. So somebody goes off to go fetch the sheriff.
Boy, these guys are really wimpy. Can't even take some smell. Ugh.
And then a little while later, and it's getting well into the evening now, and the sheriff finally shows up, and he's like, "What the hell is this? Why am I here?" And he basically browbeats the rest of them and he makes all of them. You are all going down there, and all right, somebody show me how to get there.
What's his? So he's sir. So he's basically the same rank as me. Probably a little bit higher.
He might be considered rank 2, status 2.
Yeah. Well, it's
Rank
like this way. Sir.
Maybe not. I mean, yeah. So you're gonna show him in.
Yeah, we are.
It's
All of
all
you
going
or
to be
just
cleared
one?
out.
Watch your
go.
foot there. Be careful.
Well,
that's
I have
very
a-
slippery there.
I have a light source, so
Okay, so long story short, you get in there, and they are eventually able to identify that one of the bodies is Herb Mixon, and the other is most likely Ian Vestor. And the bodies will be removed to be burned somewhere for public health and safety. So you guys took a lot of extra time, but
we managed to get it.
on time.
The visit is tomorrow. So it actually took you a whole friggin' week to do it. But you got there. And it was ahead of the schedule.
Just slightly. So is the sheriff going to say it was typhus?
Well, you don't know. But he will tell you that some of you probably he'll be pointing at Sir Kenrick when he says that we'll probably be called to give legal testimony when the Aldermanic Council convenes.
I shall be at your disposal.
And that is a success. So the mayor will end up, or at some point, Valorous will report to you that the mayor has reported to him that he didn't hear anything, so clearly that was a good job. And you guys will get the 2 coins each.
Yay, I have 3 now.
Is that 2 guild coins each?
Uh-huh. Now, what is this thing that...
They're like the coins
where is
in
it?
John Wick. They stand for a lot of different things.
Brian posted this observation roll thing. Where does it talk about observation?
Dungeon Fantasy Exploits, page
No,
19.
I mean in the thing you just pasted in here.
Oh, let me just open it up again.
The GM rolls secretly against, in the first paragraph, secretly against the highest of vision, observation, or perception-based traps.
So
Okay.
what I was just looking for anything, and I was just doing some searching.
Yeah, that's secret doors.
That's
I wasn't
not,
looking for secret
that's not
doors,
relevant.
concealed doors. I was just looking to see if there was anything.
Okay,
in
this This is the first time I've seen it refer to observation in that situation. I've never seen that before.
The search roll is specifically for searching on
Which is
someone's
what that is.
person or something.
Or
I mean,
against the wall.
Or if search is what you use to counter smuggling.
But you'll see in the information gathering spot, a successful observation roll will reveal interesting details.
Yeah, I have to go back to that later. Anyway. Let me see. So I think that is going to be the end of the mission. So 2 guild coins each, and I think there wasn't any loot to find. It's possible the city is going to go in there and probably seize all the evidence that's in there. So unless you decided to go ahead and nick something, you probably could have gotten some money for some of the beakers or something like that. But it's not like a modern CIS or anything.
I am honest and truthful.
Obviously, Sir Kendrick is not going to do that, but that doesn't mean somebody else is.
Plus, he
I
was
am
really,
honest.
he was really
He really
wanting to
wanted
get
to
the hell
get
out
out
of
of
the
there.
sewer.
Well, Dustin, are you honest or?
I think
I
Dustin
don't
would be the only
think so.
one to recognize how expensive any of that stuff might be.
And that's why I was going to be working with Dustin to figure out if there's anything to take.
We're gonna have to throw you out.
If Dustin is willing to tell him to get that and that, because those
We're gonna have
aren't
to throw
cheap,
both of you
then
out.
I
No,
will
no,
allow
I'm good
that.
with not looting.
Okay,
Damn
Then,
greedy dwarves.
then that will be. Yeah, I don't have a fade to black moment here.
That's lame.
I gotta think about
honestly,
that.
if I had a chance,
that
if
ending
I
isn't
saw
gonna work.
something of
So,
value,
no,
I would have nicked it.
Here you go, Daniel. As we're like gathering and talking to the dude, the camera pulls back into the crowd because obviously there's going to be a crowd, and we can see the guy that the back of the head of the dude that we talked to that was not investor.
Yeah.
He's clearly wearing different or the same clothes, but he's got a different face now.
Okay, then it's fade to black. Cue the music. Roll credits. All right,
Bam.
and after that, 2 guild coins. Everybody's got that. Now it's up to you guys whether or not you want to pool those for the group or you want to keep those individually. I'm not going to tell you what to do with
In
that.
cases like this, it's like it's like okay, each of you get 2. It's like okay, just put them on there. And I got 2. I have 3 now.
But for the noobs' purposes, as it was said, the guild coins are basically like John Wick. So one of those is not worth a certain amount of money. It's a favor. So if you need a favor from the guild for a thing, you can use that coin to get a thing. You can use that to cover monthly expenses. You can use that to get weapons, armor. There's a lot of things you can do with that.
Is there a list that has been
There
put
is
together?
not.
You kind of have to come up with an idea of what that favor might be.
Yeah, because I figure some of them will be more than 1 coin.
For example, we had discussed in the last chapter that you could potentially use a coin to rent a horse or to borrow one, effectively. In this case, it would take more coins than just the one to buy one.
Okay, cool.
So 1 character point for the
Boo.
session.
Need more than
We are
that.
still doing slow progress, but be aware of the time spent because this is year 1. This is going to take place over the course of a year. You will get use out of that time spent.
I guess I gotta update the time spent.
You should probably do that. Yes,
Leo
And
will,
also there are probably a few points in here where I might decide that this is a sufficient break and give you a block of points for success up to that point or whatever. So there may be some additional awards down the road. But for the general purposes, it'll be one per session.
Leo would like to spend his point, if possible, on observations.
What's he talking about? Ah, that's probably a good idea.
So where
I
is-
actually think Kenrick would like to spend his as well retroactively. He needs to have veterinary horse.
Okay. You can see that, I guess.
I mean, he's not going to be great at it. That's only going to be like a 9.
Yeah, but he could
He
probably
needs to
keep
know
him
how to
alive.
take care of his horse.
I can do that.
Where's that time spreadsheet located?
Go to the boards.
Yeah, go to the boards. It's going to be on the Generica board. There's going to be a link at the top for the spreadsheet.
Is it campaigns in progress, notices?
The
Which one
board,
is it?
not Discord.
Yeah, I'm in the board. OlympusRPG.org.
Yeah, then click on GURPS Dungeon Fantasy Legends of Generica.
Okay.
And then you should see player spreadsheet.
Three links at
That's
the
a
top.
link. Yeah.
I have requested access.
Do you not have access? Maybe you don't.
He doesn't
Actually,
have access.
that means that Ethan may not as well.
Well,
Let's see. I'm pretty sure we did. You? I don't see you on the list. So, what was the email I was using for you? Nope. I got Ethan in Virginia.
At any rate, this is probably stuff we can do after we've ended the stream.
Well, stand by.
Yes, slackers.
Paul.
You like to say that word a lot.
He does.
That's because you're a bunch of damn slackers.
There's you must check that. Why? I want to know. Okay, whatever. Share anyway. God, stupid security crap. Okay. Yeah. So you should be able to handle that now, and I guess that is going to be all we need for today. So, if you're watching this and you have questions, corrections, suggestions, or general hecklings, feel free to leave a comment here or find us on Discord. Thank you for watching. Olympus out.
Good night,
Good night,
stream.